Okay, it is 1 o'clock. I'm going to call the Thursday, May 11th CCSD Board of Directors meeting to order, and I'm very happy to see all these people in the audience today. This is amazing. Thank you all for coming. If we can all rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. We do have a quorum. All 5 directors are present. I do have a little bit of a president's report today. On Saturday, May 6th, the Cambria Fire Safe Focus Group sponsored a wildfire preparedness town hall. And they had a sim table that was really amazing that showed the progression of a possible fire here in Cambria. Anyway, this whole recording of the town hall meeting is on slow span. If anybody was not able to attend the town hall and would like to watch the recording, when we get to board member communications, I'm going to ask Vice President Gray to talk a little bit more about the town hall since he is our liaison for the Fire Safe Focus Group. I received an invitation from the Northern Chumash Tribal Council, who is putting together a tour of the Central Coast to discuss offshore wind in the region and taking area representatives on a boat tour of the proposed Chumash Heritage Marine Sanctuary. I'm waiting for them to get back to me to see how many from Cambria can go. So I'll keep you posted on that. I have been taking classes on grant writing and on winning federal and state grants. I'm going to continue to do that. My hope is that once I'm done with my time on the board, that I will be able to come back and volunteer to help find grants for the district and do some grant writing. So I'm going to continue doing that education. Speaking of continuing education, 4 of the board members here have done special leadership district academy training, which involves 12 hours over 2.5 days, and have received certificates for that. And Director Farmer did that a few years ago. And Directors Scott and Thomas did that earlier this year, and I did it in September of 2021. Director Thomas and I have just received a certificate from the Special District Leadership Foundation for continuing education, and see, what is the name of that reward we got? Okay, it's a certificate in special district governance. So, and in order to earn that certificate, you had to take an additional 10 hours worth of studies beyond the Special District Leadership Academy. So thank you. Okay, I also would like to remind the community that April through June is the time when the does have all of their little tiny fawns, and they quite often will take those fawns and hide them in the tall grass to protect them from predators while they go off and feed. And so I would like to remind people to be very careful when they weed eat and mow, because we have had in the past where someone did not see a fawn and it wasn't very pleasant. So we want to avoid having that tragedy again, and please be careful when you're driving, because these little babies do not know anything about traffic. So, okay, we're going to do board member communications in a minute.
Oh. I just wanted to follow up on what you said. The deer were here far before human beings and vehicles were here, so they have the right of way.
Yes, they do. Okay. Agenda review. We have Mr. Clarence here for Mission Country Disposal, so I'm going to rearrange the regular business agenda items a little bit so that agenda item 7D, which would be on the Mission Country Disposal Memorandum of Understanding, I'm going to move that ahead of the other items in the regular business. We do have some consent agenda items and commission reports prior to that, so if you don't mind hanging around a little bit. Okay. Moving on to board member communications. Direct Vice President Gray, did you want to talk a little bit about the wildfire preparedness town hall?
Yeah, thank you, President Dean. Just briefly, everybody hopefully here knows about this event, and it's something that we all should, keep in our calendars every year. The Fire Safe Focus Group, which is a group of people with both private citizens and also representatives of the various jurisdictions and agencies that have anything to do with wildfire protection in the area. They are under the Fire Safe Council of the San Luis Obispo County, which in conjunction with them puts on an annual event every year for the public. It's called, I think, Wildfire Preparedness Day, and it's held here at the Vets Hall. This is about we've been doing it now for about at least a half dozen years. And it has serves two purposes. One is one of the things we do to maintain our status as a designated fire safe community for purposes of one of the things, insurance, and and also just to keep everybody educated as to what to do to prevent damage to your property, to prevent loss of life in a wildfire. So it consists of two things. There's programs, there's lectures and talks from various experts, and there's a lot of tables out there in this case it was in the dining room with handouts, very handy handouts for instructions on how to keep your house fire safe, harden it against wildfires, maintain defensible space, what to do in case of a wildfire in terms of emergencies. There's usually some new stuff there. CAL FIRE is involved, of course. Cambria Fire is involved. Fire Safe Focus Group, as I said. This one was very informative lecture from a forester now at the University of Nevada in Reno, I think, but she's also has background in Cal Poly, about the evolving condition of the Monterey pine forest in this region, and first of all, how that relates to fire protection, but also how it relates to management of the forest. And it was a very informative talk. And as President Dean says, all this is available on C-SPAN, on SLOSPAN, because AGP was there to record it. Mm-hmm. And I think it's a very informative event. In the past, we've been updated on wildfire evacuation issues, not so much this time, but all these things come up for the public to learn about. And it's usually, I think it's almost always the first Saturday in May, unless there's some other conflict. And, watch for it next year, because it's a thing you really don't want to miss.
Thank you, Vice President Gray. I also want to mention that there was a poster contest from the elementary and middle school kids who did posters on fire danger and fire preparedness, and they had a contest on these posters, and they were all beautiful. I had the privilege of helping to put them up on the wall the night before, and they were really beautiful. Do any other board members have anything they wish to report on? Director Scott?
Yes. Thank you, Madam President. Is this close enough? Good. One of the things that I'm really invested in, even as your director, is that the community of Cambria is a healthy community. And so I just want to let you all know that next Sunday and the following Sunday, the Cambria Community Chorale is having their concerts at 2:00 at the Cambria Presbyterian Church. And you can go online and get tickets there if you like. But I just recently read that listening to music and singing both really increases your endorphins. And what a great way to feel better, especially in this beautiful place that we live. Thank you.
Thank you. Did anyone else have any communications? Director Farmer?
Yes, dancing and listening to music. Did you say the music already?
Yes.
Director Scott Cole. I think dancing is also very helpful for the body, tones up the body and puts you in a good mood. So I just want to add that.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on to the Pros Commission report, Mr. Niffen.
Thank you for having me. Welcome to the new general manager. I hope I don't scare you. But before I took over the role of the chairman of this, and I was just a member of, I was much more bombastic about my approach to things. And so for those of you that have only known me for the last 10 or 15 years, I'm a lot less here than I am necessarily in my heart. So when I hear Ms. Scott talk about the music doing things, I'm like, yeah, I have personal philosophies that I want to share within this group, right? And when she says, oh, music frees the soul and creates a better community, I feel like that about children playing. I honestly, passionately in my heart feel like the children of America specifically that I see are not doing well. They're just not. All the signs are pointing to not well. I don't have answers for any of it, but I do know that playing is healthy. It's a healthy, healthy thing for all kids to do. I don't care what creed or color you are, playing is healthy, and we have to help that. And that's my passion. And sometimes I feel like I get stuck in verbiage because I don't know what to say. Why is the Frisbee golf course a good idea? Well, because playing is good. Anything I can do to help playing, I want to do. So I just wanted to start with that, and I'm not gonna, you've got the MOU for the skate park. That's awesome. We've got the grant coming at the 18th meeting. Get on that. We're building the bathrooms. So we're moving, we're doing good things, but I just want people to know as we wonder about things going on the East Ranch, I'm for doing things. Walking around in the forest is a thing. It's not things, and I'm for things of playing nature. And I'm sorry that I'm going to say this too. There will be sound with the playing, and it'll be sound of children running around. It'll be the sound of cars dropping off kids, picking up kids, yelling at Johnny because he's not coming back because he's playing in the field. And you're going to hear it. And I'm sorry, but I passionately feel that that makes for a healthy community. And I'm sorry, but my conversation this morning with the new general manager kind of got me going. I was like, oh, I want him to know where I'm coming from when we're working through these projects. So now I've talked too long and I told myself not to do that. We have applicants for the vacant positions that need to be filled. I'm sure you guys are on that. And then something I wanted to share that's specific. I've asked the general manager to give you guys a copy of a letter that Laura Crosby has sent to me that was from a 2011 letter she got from the Land Conservancy. And now this is off topic too, but it's on topic because it's in regards to us accepting the vacant lots as something that we did 25 years ago and where it came from and how it got to. And I find myself disparaging that sometimes. What are we going to do with all the vacant lots? Cost Carlos tens of thousands of dollars, But Laura is always very well spoken and in her conviction that this is an important thing. And I just wanted to bring it to our attention because it is an important thing. I don't have an answer or a solution to it, but I appreciate Laura bringing that because it's healthy and it has to do with the TDCs and what we were going to do and all, blah, blah, blah. So there's another can of worms for you. So anyway, Laura, thank you for bringing that. I appreciate that. And should probably got a comment on that later. And then the last thing I wanted to mention was the spaghetti feed. We're having a spaghetti feed for one of the firefighters on the 31st. Everybody's welcome to come for that. When you see the fire trucks out there and you're wondering what the big kaboo is, everybody's welcome. So other than that, I do not believe I could talk any faster. Thank you.
Okay, do any directors have any comments or questions for Mr. Niffen? Director Farmer.
Yeah, love you, Steve. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Thomas.
You pumped us up.
Yeah, there we go.
Well done.
Okay, I see we have someone from the audience that would like to speak. Ms. Schwartz. Hi, good morning, good afternoon. President Dean, the board, the staff, and welcome to our new GM. Okay, yeah, I'm Laura Swartz. And I'll start this off like Steve did. Can you hear me? Are you hearing me now? Okay, well, I said hello to everybody. I'm not used to this anymore. Okay. Anyhow, I want to start this off just like Steve did. I am as passionate about the birds and the bees and the elements and the forest and the earth and the ocean as he is about kids. So I just wanted to say that. I mean, we have to find a balance. We have to find a sweet spot, and everybody should be included, and everybody should do well. So, but anyhow, I'm Laura Swartz. I'm a Cambrian. I bring the knowledge of 14 years of being on the Forest Committee, 2 years of being on the Build Out Reduction Plan Committee, but I'm speaking as an individual. I'm sure my people agree with me, but in case I say something, this is me. The thing is, what Mr. Niffen brought up, I would like to see our lots, Special Projects 1, Special Projects 2, and all the little breathing spaces we have throughout Cambria, those lots, they're very important. And how I want to say it is I want to put back the O in pros. Okay, I really want to take care of our open space. It's very difficult to do this. So anyhow, I wanted to be aware of our environment. And why am I bringing up this now? And I can continue on with 5G, or I can continue on with public comment. But why I'm bringing it up now is because I want to highlight what the Coastal Conservancy and the Land Conservancy does for Cambria. And it seems like an appropriate time because they're trying to help outside of Cambria. And that's what they've been trying to do for us for years, since 1984. Taking the lots, the TDC program, and all of this is for the benefit of Cambria. And the part that kind of makes me a little confused, the county gives us $500,000 to buy the Fiscalini Ranch, which was a wonderful thing because that was everybody in town basically wanted the Fiscalini. But the Coastal Conservancy gave us $7 million. Okay, we're spending big bucks taking the county's requests into consideration, but we're basically dismissing what the Coastal Conservancy wants us to do, and that's to take care of those lots and to keep within our water usage and all that type of thing for Cambria. So that's why I'm bringing it up now. The other thing is with the Coastal Conservancy, and I'll finish this up next time, with the Coastal Conservancy, there's so much money that they have given to us, like it says in that letter. They have so much more money they could give to us. So all we have to do is take care of a few lots that were given to us and take care of them well. And, and then we can go from there. I'm going to compose myself and come back at public speech and maybe 5G. Thank you. Thank you. Director Farmer.
Yes, thank you. And Laura, good luck in composing yourself. Check out Beethoven. He was pretty successful at it. I want to acknowledge that Laura and her husband Crosby, who have carried on with the Forest Committee for a number of years now. What a valuable service they provide. They have meetings once a month. The meetings are on the second Friday of the month via Zoom at 10 o'clock. So the next meeting is tomorrow morning at 10. So if you just want to go to the website, there's just Google Cambria Forest Committee, and feel free to attend the meeting. There's always some very valuable and meaningful discussion. We have folks that are involved with the environment locally and with various agencies that attend, and it's a very learning experience every time. I also want to mention the fact that, and we in our material way and technological way of being, we tend to overlook how important it is to live in harmony with Mother Earth and create harmony within ourselves, but especially with Mother Earth around us, because we couldn't survive without her. The forest, well, you get the drift. Food doesn't come from the supermarket; it comes from Mother Earth. So I just thought I'd add that. because it felt like the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Farmer. Ms. Dodson, do we have any public comment on Mr. Niffin's report?
No.
Thank you. No one else in the audience wants to speak on Mr. Niffin's report? Okay, thank you, Mr. Niffin. It's always a pleasure to see you. You're always so full of energy when you get up to the podium. Okay, now we're going to go to public comment, and this is public comment on the items not on the agenda, but of interest within the jurisdiction of the board. The public can suggest future agenda items at this time. In compliance with the Brown Act, the board cannot discuss or act on items not on the agenda, and each speaker will have up to 3 minutes. And since we have a very full agenda today, I am going to stick to the 3-minute rule. Do we have any public comment, Ms. Dodson?
Yes, Dennis Dudzik, followed by some written comment.
Okay, Mr. Dudzik, we have 3 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, President Jean. Thank you. And good afternoon, Vice President Gray, directors, General Manager McElhaney, staff, and meeting participants. I want to welcome General Manager McElhaney and congratulate the board on your selection. Also, I want to thank Utilities Department Manager, District Engineer Dienzo for his really terrific efforts as acting GM during the transition. Excuse me, pardon my voice here. I will have additional comments on item 7A at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dodson, do we have any more public comment? Oh, yes, you said we did, huh?
I don't have anyone else via Zoom, but I do have some to read.
Okay, go ahead.
The first one is from Christine Heinrichs. I would like to ask about the $375,000 in federal funding for the Stewart Street water tank. Over the weekend, Morro Bay got $1.5 million to repair its pier. This funding was approved in 2022. The sole response I received from the board, the committee members and staff was from Utilities Manager Ray Dienzo. He said, "We still have it." Could you ask Mr. Dienzo to elaborate on this cryptic comment? When can Cambria expect the project to be done? Thank you.
Thank you.
The next written comment is from Linda Prentice. Please reconsider the building moratorium by allowing 100 permits. Please let me live my last years on my dream property. Yes, I'm over 75. Thank you. The next comment is from Holly Ludwigson. In early February, I read a Nextdoor post by a policy committee member that made a false accusation about the CCSD. Over the years, I have seen other committee members accusatory, misleading, negative comments on Nextdoor and local Facebook sites regarding CCSD projects and businesses. I have not seen such comments by a serving CCSD board member or staff, and so I wondered if standing committee members were held to the same social media policy as board members and staff. After communicating with acting GM and board president, I learned that a social media policy 2415 was approved by the CCSD board on September 16, 2021. And as stated in the policy's purpose, this policy addresses the responsibilities of district employees and district officials, as well as consultants and contractors performing work on behalf of the district. With regard to social media policy 2415 provides parameters for posting on various social media venues. I composed a public comment regarding my concerns about committee members' public social media posts and requested that the district's social media policy be reviewed with members of standing committees on a regular basis, because based on the aforementioned posts, it seems that some members might be unaware of the policy. I submitted a public comment which has been read at a meeting of each standing committee and at a board meeting. At the April 27th policy committee meeting, my public comment was discussed by the committee. During that discussion, a member of the committee slandered me in what appeared to be an attempt to discount my public comment, declaring as fact to the other committee members and anyone viewing the meeting recording that I am a vindictive person and an angry person. The committee members' public slander and name calling during the April 27th committee meeting disturbs me greatly and certainly does nothing to instill support of or encourage community input. I would appreciate the committee members' slanderous declarations about me and the issue of regularly clarifying the district's social media policy with the committee members be addressed by the board. I would like to be advised about any action the board takes in these matters. Thank you. Respectfully, Holly. And Laura Swartz would like to speak as well.
Okay, Ms. Schwartz.
Thank you. I don't have to introduce myself again. I think I did before. Okay, I just wanted to go on a little bit. also the benefit of these lots is that, and I'll retrace myself a little bit. Okay, if the EWS is what it's, whatever you want to call it, if the EWS ever goes beyond the designation, there's going to be a build out reduction plan that's going to be that has to be implemented. And that's basically that the CCSD is going to offer to purchase purchase the lots and then maintain them. So at this point, these lots are being given to the CCSD and all we have to do is maintain them. And in some of the times when I hear the people that are taking care of the lots, they say it in a not a very nice way. It's like they're annoyed that they're taking care of them. And these are good. This is good for Cambria, and it's going to save us a lot of money if we can accept them from the Coastal Conservancy through the Land Conservancy, because the acceptance of the lots is the plan from the Coastal Conservancy. It's plan set up from them since 1984. So if we treat them nice, they have given us so many grants and so much money in the past. If we treat them nice, they should be able to treat us well in the future again. And something that's coming up right now is the Coastal Conservancy built the boardwalk. We need an extension of the boardwalk. And now we have to pay it out of pocket because we haven't been nice to the Coastal Conservancy. So it's a big picture. The money all comes from the general fund to take care of the lots or the boardwalk or this or that, the other thing. So be wise of what we do with our funds and cooperate with this agency, because going forward, they can do so many more good things for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's see, we have Ms. Crawley.
Madam President.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay.
But young man, I have to laugh at you because he left and said how wonderful it was to hear the children laugh. And then I have to say, whoa, how many of you remember here when we were offered free property to build the grammar school and we had to turn it down because the people around it did not want to hear children laugh?
Could you speak in the microphone, please?
Yes, and so therefore our taxes went up, right, to buy the property for the grammar school, which was wonderful because my granddaughter got to attend the original grammar school, that junior high, and then graduate. But part of my concern here, I guess, is the growth of Cambria. And yes,
Ma'am,
I am, yes,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but could you introduce yourself and where you're from, please?
yes, I'm Roxana Crawley. I have property here on Pembroke and Weymouth. The Weymouth is an empty lot that I've had over 20 years. And like the comment she just made, I'm going to be 79 next week. And yes, I would like to build a home before I die, although it's going to be smaller than it would have been. But so I think my biggest concern is that the last two census, that our population has gone down, and it went down tremendously in the 2020 census. And that is a concern here. And the fact that my granddaughter graduated from high school here, and I think there was like around 90 kids, and I think last year there was around 70 something. I have no idea what it is this year, or how much the rest of the schools have gone down in population, because we haven't allowed any growth in this community, and it is killing it. I mean, my parents bought property over here in the early 60s after my brother and I graduated from high school. We still own the property in a trust, and we live here and we enjoy this community, but it's not growing. It's not changing. And I mean, obviously, one of the saddest things that happened was to this community, as far as keeping it from being special, was when Hearst wasn't allowed to build a golf course. And I understand once they complete the resort that's going to be across from Hunter Ranch, that's going to leave a lot of people not coming on into the coastal area, because the guys can walk across the street and play golf, and the women can go to San Luis and Paso to shop, and not here. But we're not bringing in tourists. We're not bringing in people. And as our population, which we already know is aging. And I think the last CCSD decision they made about no more, what do you call them, vacation rentals, I guess, which is going to cause a lot of people who, like, say, people who are in their 80s who pass and their kids aren't quite ready to retire, then they're going to have to sell that home. And I think that's the whole point is that you can up the taxes then, because obviously the properties that are maintained or inherited, the taxes say low. So anyway, my biggest concern is that I've watched this community, it's slowly dying on me. I mean, it is. I mean, I've been coming here from when the cookie crock was on East Side and when you had to go through Atascadero and Morro Bay to get here, because it was really longer if you took the back road. But I'm just disappointed in CCSD and their approach. And I think it's wonderful. We're going to have this new Fiscalini Ranch and what they're going to go there and we'll have laughter of children. I don't care if you're in the grocery store and you hear a child cry or laugh. It kind of makes your heart feel good because the youth is what, is making our country change. And we need young people in this community and we don't have a lot. So anyway, that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crawley. Do we have any more public comment, Ms. Dodson?
I do not.
Okay. Director Farmer?
Thank you, President Dean. I just want to make a brief comment on the written comment from Ms. Ludwigson addressing circumstances at the recent policy committee meeting, of which I am the chair, and her concerns about comments being made by committee members. I just would like to let her know and also let members of the public know, since you just heard her written comment, that her concerns have been and are being addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more public comment, Ms. Dodson?
No,
And no one on Zoom?
no.
Does anyone else in the audience wish to speak? Ms. Amadei?
I wasn't going to speak, but I can't help myself. Julie Amadei, and I just want to welcome you as our new general manager. Fantastic. And I want to echo Steve. I want to thank the board for considerations to everything going on with the skate park. We're in year 3. We've worked tremendously hard, and this is collaborative effort. I want to thank our guest on speaking in regards to children. And I also sit on the school board as a school board trustee. It is shrinking and we need to be proactive and we need to have responsible conversations on finding ways to respect our environment, respect those in our community who deeply love open space. So do I, but also build some infrastructure that can support young families and why they want to be here. So my plea is just to keep the conversations going, and both with what's happening with Fiscalini and what you've tasked us with the ad hoc rec, which we're happy to do, and working on Frisbee golf. Thank you. And we'll continue to do the work, but let's please try to get some things to happen. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Give me a second here. I'm having a little difficulty with this timer here. Okay. Okay, moving on to the consent agenda. All matters on the consent calendar are to be approved by one motion. If directors wish to discuss a consent item other than a simple clarifying question, they may request removal of an item for discussion. Those items will be pulled for separate discussion and action after the rest of the consent agenda as a whole is acted upon. Do any members of the board wish to pull an item for discussion? Vice President Gray? Director Scott?
Yes, Madam President. It sounded to me like there was some interest in from the community, from the public comment, to pull consent agenda item 5G.
5G. Okay, we will pull consent agenda item 5G for discussion. Okay, do any members of the board have any clarifying questions or comments on the remainder of the consent agenda items? Seeing none, is there any public comment on any of the consent agenda items other than 5G?
I have a written comment to read.
Okay,
Okay. This is from Christine Heinrichs. I ask the board to pull items 5D, 5E, and 5G. Please discuss the background of the interfund loans, general considerations governing interfund loans. Is this funding part of Cambria's financial investment that led to the EWS, SWF, WRF? Please discuss the proposed conservation easement on property owned by members of the Warren family in the Santa Rosa and San Simeon area, the upper watershed above step ladder. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have pulled agenda item 5G. Mr. McElhaney, pronounce it right finally. Would you like our finance manager to respond on that interfund loan from 5D and 5E?
Yes, that would be great.
Ms. Fritz?
Okay, so it's my understanding that the water and wastewater funds are not allowed to end the year in a deficit. So based upon the staff reports that are out there, both the water and wastewater funds at different times, I think one was back in 2016, and the other was in 2018, had deficits that needed to be covered by general fund money. It is not my understanding that this had anything to do with the SWF funding. And there were repayment schedules that were approved by the board. And these are making adjustments based upon wastewater's inability to pay according to the original repayment plan. And so we're making up for a little bit of lost time, as well as the water fund, which is, a little bit farther back in history. And we are just kind of finishing up that agreement and trying to get the monies paid back to the general fund. And so it's approving new repayment plans to get those loans paid off.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there's no other comment or questions for clarification for the board, may I have a motion on consent agenda items A, B, C, D, and F?
I-
Vice President
Yeah,
Gray?
yeah, I move that we, that the board approve consent agenda items 5A through 5F.
Okay, do I have a second on that motion,
A
Director
second.
Scott?
Yeah, I'll second that motion. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion to approve agenda items A through F on the consent agenda. May I have a roll call, please, Ms. Dodson?
Yes, Vice President Gray,
Aye.
Director Scott,
Aye.
Director Thomas,
Aye.
Director Farmer,
Aye.
President Dean.
Aye. Moving on to hearings and appeals. Sorry, 5G. Okay, this is consideration of approval of a letter of support for a grant from the California Coastal Conservancy to the Land Conservancy of San Luis Obispo County to acquire a conservation easement over the Warren Ranch. Will you be introducing this item, Mr. McElhaney?
Yes, thank you, President Dean, esteemed board. Item 5G, again, consideration of approval of a letter of support for the grant of California Coastal Conservancy to the Land Conservancy of San Luis Obispo County to acquire a conservation easement over the Warren Ranch. It is recommended the board approve and authorize the board president to sign the letter of support for a grant from the California Coastal Conservancy to the Land Conservancy of San Luis Obispo to acquire a conservation easement over the Warren Ranch. A little bit of background, that easement is what's known as the David Warren Ranch. This property connects to the Santa Rosa Creek Road and rises up over the ridge there to the Steiner Creek. And that easement would permanently protect the ranch and the livestock for grazing, wildlife, habitat protection.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions on this for clarification? Director Farmer?
I don't have a question. I just wanted to let people know that some of the concern over this item is that many people in the community are aware of Clyde Warren and his interactions with the district. And I think some folks were they had the understanding that this was related to Clyde Warren, because that's the only Warren that we really think about. So it's someone totally different, and it's very different property.
Okay, thank you. Vice President Gray?
Yeah, I wanted to make that point too, because there are a lot of Warrens in around Cambria. This is a different branch of the family, I suppose. What I found really important about this particular area is that it is watershed for, I think as General Manager McElhaney noted, for both Santa Rosa Creek and San Simeon Creek, as Steiner Creek feeds into San Simeon Creek. And one of the benefits of having it under a conservancy easement like this is that it will not be converted to, say, avocados or irrigated agriculture. And so what it does is it preserves some of the water that's ultimately feeding our aquifers. So it is a direct benefit to us.
Thank you. We have public comment on this item. I believe Ms. Schwartz would like to speak.
Yes, this will be the last you hear from me. Obviously, I totally agree with this letter. Thank you for writing it, Karen, whoever did to sign it. I agree with Mr. Gray that it's a wonderful thing to help protect our watershed. And it's a wonderful thing to get along with the Coastal Conservancy and the land people of the Land Conservancy of San Luis Obispo. They're, in my opinion, good groups that are trying to do good things for our area. And I hope this letter gets sent, and I hope we cooperate with everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have more public comment on this item, Ms. Dotson?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Did anybody else in the audience wish to speak? Seeing none, would someone like to make a motion on this item?
I'll make a motion that we approve the letter of support for the grant from the California Coastal Conservancy to the Land Conservancy of San Luis Obispo County to acquire a conservation easement over the Warren Ranch, the David Warren Ranch.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'd be delighted to second that.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Ms. Dotson, would you like to do the roll call, please?
Sure. Director Farmer,
Aye.
Director Thomas,
Aye.
Director Scott,
Aye.
Vice President Gray,
Aye.
President Dean.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, we are going to do agenda item 7D next. General Manager McElhaney, would you? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm a little bit off track today, aren't I? I'm sorry. Okay, hearings and appeals. Would you like to introduce that, General Manager McElhaney? Too much coffee before I came, I think.
I think that's both of us. Okay. Item 6A, hearings and appeals, excuse me. 6A, discussion and consideration of adoption of resolution 252023, confirming the itemized report of water and wastewater standby availability charges for collection on the county tax rolls. Staff recommends that the Board of Directors adopt resolution 252023, confirming the itemized report of water and wastewater standby or availability charges so that the charges can be collected, on the county tax rolls.
Thank you. Did Ms. Fritz want to add anything?
Yes, she
to
is.
this?
She is prepared to answer.
I'm prepared to answer any questions. I don't really have anything to add. We did discuss this at the April 13th
Right.
board meeting and, discuss the use of the funds and the purpose and the background. So if there's any additional questions.
Okay. Director Scott.
Yes. I wasn't here on April 13th and I didn't even listen in. So my question is this a new tax?
No, this is not a new tax. I'd have to pull up that staff report and to see exactly, we did talk about the history. Mr. Carmel discussed the history of the wastewater and water standby or availability charges. They have been, the charges that do go onto your property taxes have been static since this was first implemented. They cannot be changed. Otherwise, we would have to go forward with a Prop 218 to change it. So, and the purpose of them are to fund maintenance and repair and capital improvement projects.
So are we increasing the amount?
No, it cannot be increased without a Prop 218. So it is not increasing. It's been static since they were first implemented.
I'm,
Yeah.
I'm so glad you said that out loud.
Okay.
Okay, I think our district council probably knows when these were first put in place. Mr. Carmel, do you?
I'm not sure the exact date, but I believe it was in the late 1980s, but they've been static since 1996. They predate Proposition 218. That's why we can continue to impose them at the rate that they were in effect then.
Okay, thank you. Does any member of the board have any other questions? No. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
We do not. Does anybody in the audience wish to speak on this item? Not. Okay, I'm open for a motion. Vice President
Yeah,
Gray.
thank you. I move that we adopt Resolution 25-2023, confirming the itemized report of water and wastewater standby or availability charges for collection on the county tax rolls.
Okay, do we have a second to the motion? Director
I
Scott.
second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Would you do a roll call, please, Ms. Dotson?
Sure. Vice President Gray.
Aye.
Director Scott.
Aye.
Director Thomas.
Aye.
Director Farmer.
Aye.
President Dean.
Aye. Okay, now we're moving on to agenda item 7D. Would you like to introduce that for us, General Manager McElhaney?
Yes, Madam President and Board. Item 7D is the discussion and consideration of a memorandum of understanding with Mission County Disposal for low-income rebate program for solid waste collection services. It is recommended by staff that the Board of Directors discuss and consider approving the memorandum of understanding with Mission County Disposal to provide reduced solid waste collection rates for low-income customers through the solid waste rebate program. Some of the things that we've discussed, there's been a significant increase in the solid waste collection rates, which has created a hardship for some of our low-income citizens here in Cambria. And much like we've done with the district's low-income wastewater utility program, we are now applying that to the trash.
Okay,
And Mrs. Fritz can speak to that if there's any further questions.
okay. We also have Mr. Clarence from Mission Country Disposal here if anybody has any questions. So does anybody on the board have questions for clarification? Director Scott?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. My question is that $4,000 annually, or is it monthly, or is it daily?
Annually.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, does anyone else on the board have any questions? Okay, members of the public. Do we have any public comment?
I have two public comments to read.
Okay,
The first one is from Donald Archer. Dear President Dean, Vice President Gray, and members of the board, I urge you to take action to give relief to low-income households in order to compensate for sharp Mission Country disposal rate hikes. This, along with other quickly increasing utility rates, is becoming an absorbable amount to those of us on very limited fixed incomes and low incomes. This special and unique community, along with other communities throughout the state, has become unaffordable for both longtime residents and newer residents who have been providing very much needed services to this community. Please take this matter to heart and provide rate relief for low-income families. Thank you for your work and attention to this matter. Sincerely, Donald Archer. The second written comment is from Lori Slater. Dear President Dean, Vice President Gray, Director Farmer, Director Scott, and Director Thomas. And it's, I think, the same, almost the same. On behalf of all low-income households in Cambria, I ask that you mitigate Mission Country Disposal's distressing rate increase. Some of us have made great efforts to reduce garbage and recyclables, not even needing the weekly pickup. We don't shop Amazon or add compost. We reuse and biodegrade on our own. Please consider a better way and compensate Cambria's low-income households with a reduction in our garbage rate. We appreciate your work. Sincerely, Lori Slater. And I have no other written comment.
okay. Does anybody in the audience have anything they wish to say or to ask? Seeing none, I guess you don't need to speak unless you'd like to. Mr. Clarence, would you like to talk about this at all? Okay.
Good afternoon, President Dean, Vice President Gray, and members of the board. Again, my name is Jeff Claren. I'm the district manager for Mission Country Disposal. I just want to appreciate Cambria. It was actually really nice to work with President Dean, Board Member Gray. We sat on this solid waste task force to talk about how we can reduce rates here in Cambria, and it was actually fantastic. And working with former General Manager Weingold and especially Utilities Engineer Mr. D'Anzo, I think we came to a solution. You know, it's always tough with Prop 218 and cost of services, but this is something I think would help the community of Cambria. So we do appreciate that, and thank you for allowing me to work with you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So this discount is being offered to those who qualify for the CARES program, the PG&E CARES discount on our wastewater services. Part of the reason it took us so long is because there are privacy laws of us giving this personal information, account numbers, names, and addresses to another agency. So we finally worked it out that I believe we're going to be putting a form in the utility bills so that those people who qualify for CARES can give us authorization to share their information with Mission Country Disposal. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam President. That draft actually was completed today.
Okay, great. Vice President Gray?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, President Dean. This might be a question for Mr. Claren, actually, just for my benefit and that of the public. It's noted there's a 40% reduction in the 32-gallon rate. How does that translate into dollars at this point? Just so people can get an idea of how much is being saved.
I actually got that
Good.
for you, Mr. Gray. Gotta get my glasses on, sorry. So the existing rate right now for a 32-gallon is $37.35, and with 40%, it's about $14.94 that comes off, and the low-income rate will become $22.41 per month.
Per month?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Director Scott?
Yes, and I have a question for you. Too.
Sure.
So what was mentioned in one of the letters that was read is that, for instance, some people may not be needing the trash pickup every week. They might need it every other week. Can you give some direction about why that's not possible?
So one of the things what's actually really nice, and we met with President Dean and Vice President Gray, is we talked about whether we go weekly or biweekly service. I think one of the issues was the petressables, which is your very dirty trash. There is a rule that you have to pick it up every 7 days, once a week. But we were open to doing every other week recycling or potentially even green waste. And I think there was some opposition to that, but we did investigate looking into that portion because, you know, instead of having 3 trucks on the road every week, we could probably reduce it by 1. But at the same time, too, that's something that's being looked at. And I'm sure we'll probably continue our solid waste discussions as we go along. But there was a big push to look into the biweekly, but at the same time, too, we do have laws that we have to at least keep the trash picked up once a week.
Thank you.
No problem.
And it is in our municipal code 6.08090 that we do have to have weekly service, and that that weekly service has to be paid for, whether you're using it or not, if you're in a developed property.
And that's really helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, anybody else? Director Scott, Thomas, I'm sorry.
And yeah, thank you, Director Scott, for raising that issue. And just wanted to, you know, kind of put a pitch out there to the community. One of the things I've done for years is when, you know, any of the 3 bins isn't full, I don't put it out. I keep it in the enclosure. Every time one of the trucks has to stop, that is many tons that has to get started again. And every stop and start adds some, no idea the number of pounds of greenhouse gas emissions, but that's one thing that we can all do to better planet Earth. It may not lower the rates in the short term, but eventually, if more of us do that, the Mission Country Disposal route through Cambria is bound to be cheaper, and it may come back to benefit us. So let's work together on that.
Okay. General Manager McElhaney, you wanted to say something?
Well, I just wanted to thank Mr. Claren for coming, and then we had some discussions earlier about play, and I just want everybody to pay attention to that last name because his daughter and my daughter played basketball together for years. And his daughter is a sixth grader who is playing high school seniors. And I have no doubt she will be playing at the next level. So pay attention to that last name.
Thank you, General Manager.
Okay, we have a public comment from Jerry McKinnon. Welcome, Mr. McKinnon.
Thank you. Jerry McKinnon. I live alone, all by myself. And I think maybe there will be a pickup of one dumpster a month. Maybe it'll take 5 weeks for me to fill up a trash can. And I apologize for not being here and hearing what has gone on in the past, but has there been any consideration in lowering the fee for a single individual living alone, which doesn't use the dumpster that often? Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we had a Prop 218 that set the rates, and I don't believe that we can change them at this point, other than that low income discount. Mr. Carmel, do you want to comment on that?
We did establish the rates under 218, and certainly we can subsidize it lowering the rates, and that's possible. We can't pass on those subsidies to the customers, but if the board wanted to consider doing that, they could. We'd have to go out to 218 again.
Okay, so we have to redo the whole rate study for the solid waste pickup and do a Prop 218 again, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, and by the way, this rebate that we're giving low-income customers is coming out of our franchise fees in our general fund. It's the CCSD that is absorbing that discount. So, okay, do we have any more public comment?
I do not.
Not. Director Farmer, you have your light on.
Thank you. And I'm home as well, by the way. I just want to follow up on a couple of things. First, Jerry McKinnon, a longtime resident, a great contributor to the betterment of our community in his 90s. And I love Jerry, and I can totally relate to where he's coming from, being a single person, not quite his age, but someone who maybe could put a trash can out every couple of months. But I want to get, and so I understand where he's coming from. I also want to relate to what Director Thomas said. I've often spoken with residents in the community. Let me preface this by saying I have this habit of looking in people's trash and recycling to see what's in there, because I'm a little bit different than the average person, and it really intrigues me to see what people throw away and where they put it and what it is that they've gotten in the first place that they're throwing away. But I've often commented to people, I see you don't have much trash there in your container, and you should wait until it is at least half full. I think that is what Mission Country Disposal prefers, that the can is at least half full. And they say, well, I paid the bill, I can do anything I want. And I try to explain, as Director Thomas did, that it's of value to the environment, the less the truck has to stop. And so I just wanted to piggyback on what Director Thomas said and trying to educate and enlighten the community that, and I'm not being judgmental, but just because you're paying a bill, you should think a little bit more further ahead as to your actions and what it's contributing to the environment and the overall well-being of our community and the people that are picking up the trash. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I forgot to turn this off. We paid the trash pickup fees for the largest bin while we were not here full time for 18 years. And so we saved a lot of the environment for the trucks not having to stop at our house. And I didn't realize until we did this Prop 218 that I could reduce it down to a smaller can. So anyway, thank you. Is there any more comments then? No? Okay. Can we have a motion on this? Director Thomas.
I will move that we approve the MOU with Mission Country Disposal for the low income rebate program for solid waste collection services.
Can you have a second?
And I'll have a second on that.
Okay. Ms. Dodson.
Director Thomas,
Aye.
Director Farmer,
Aye.
Director Scott,
Aye.
Vice President Gray,
Aye.
President Dean.
Aye. We have 5 ayes. Okay, so now we're moving on. I think find where I put my agenda here. Agenda item 7A. Would you like to introduce this item, please, Director, General Manager McElhaney?
Yes, Madam President, Board. Agenda item 7A, discussion and consideration of the strategic plan update. Staff recommends that the Board of Directors discuss and consider the monthly updates to the strategic plan. A little bit of background on the strategic plan. We've been working not only as staff, but with the ad hoc committee. This plan was adopted in February the 16th. A review of those underlying objectives to be primarily accomplished over the next 6-month period. The mission statement and 3-year goals, however, were not updated as these were developed in June of this last year in 2022. And the goals that we would not reevaluate those until 2025. And then the objectives within each goal will be discussed and updated as needed.
Okay, thank you. And these goals were actually officially adopted at August 11th meeting in 2022.
Gotcha.
Okay, one of the changes that you'll see in this agenda packet is we're now putting in this agenda packet, the CCSD mission statement, core values, and the 3-year goals as separate additions. So you will be seeing those once a month. They had not been in here previously, and it was suggested by a couple of our new directors that we put those in there every time. Okay, so if we can go ahead and go through the chart. I'll take public comment after we go through the charts. Okay, the changes in any of the changes in these charts is put in red. So I'm mainly going to go through the items that are notated in red. When I get to the end of each goal, if there's any other changes that were not noted in here, I'll ask for those. Okay, so on the ongoing challenge of effectively, and reliably managing water resources in our sensitive ecosystem, item number 2 is implement the water meter replacement program and to present to the board the implementation plan for the previously approved water meter replacement program. The date for this was revised to June 8th, 2023 board meeting. Is this still on track?
This is on track, and we actually have, from my understanding, Mr. Green, who's on Zoom, has some exciting updates for us.
Okay, Mr. Green.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished board. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. Staff created an RFP for AMI using a template provided by the Alliance for Water Efficiency. We submitted that to legal for counsel. They had some reluctances with the draft as drafted by staff. So we're revisiting that with legal right now. And I mean, the project is of high importance and will impact the work in staffing and utility billing, water conservation, drought stage conservation, efficacy, and obviously water operations. Additionally, it will impact the customer experience for every single connection. The system will be instrumental in meeting compliance with state standards for water loss and indoor and outdoor use targets, commercialized utilization and accurate consumption volume for future projections. So it's too critical to release anything substandard. So again, we're working with council right now, and we'll have something out shortly.
Okay, so does the target date of June 8th need to move?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Do we have an approximate second meeting in June or sometime this quarter?
I would probably target sometime this quarter.
This is what the,
June,
I'm
the
sorry.
quarter ends in June, right?
Yeah, the quarter ends in
Yeah,
June.
so maybe next.
So first quarter.
First quarter, excuse me.
Yeah, first fiscal year quarter, right? Yeah.
Okay. Okay, complete the Stewart Street tank construction, present to the board the implementation plan for the Stewart Street tank construction dependent upon the receipt of appropriations money. This date was revised to the second quarter 2023 at a board meeting. We're beyond that now. So do we have a revised date?
My hope is that Mr. Green, who does have some updates on this, will be able to answer that.
Mr. Green?
Yes, update on the grant process for the Consolidated Appropriations Act from 2022, which the district was earmarked for $375,000. The NEPA application has been completed and submitted for months. We did reach out to Jillian Betts about a month and a half ago, and she finally responded to May 8th. She stated that the document has been received and is currently under review. While that was taking place, we also performed NEPA and KTEX application for the categorical exemption that obtained a UEI number, which is a unique entity identifier number, which is pertinent and the same for all these three different locations, which you have to basically make an account for. So that was established in SAM.gov and also with the federal government portal. And as soon as we get closer to receiving word on that, we'll be preparing an RFP for that project as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. So this is not second quarter 2023 at a board meeting. So do we have any kind of a projection on this?
Mr. Green, what is your opinion in terms of projections for?
I think sometime in quarter 3, we can hear back from the program officer and see how far. That's really the process, part of the process that's holding this up. Just a review.
For clarification, General Manager McElhaney, when we're talking about quarters, are we talking about calendar year quarters or fiscal year quarters?
That would be fiscal year quarters, correct?
But
I think this is calendar year quarters.
Everything, all the quarters, all the references here in the document are to calendar year quarters.
Or calendar year.
Yeah, the quarter, yeah.
Correction. My
Okay,
apologies.
so when we're looking at the previous one we discussed and we were talking about June 8th, now we're talking about the third quarter.
Right.
Okay, and so the same thing with the one we just talked about. Okay.
Calendar year quarter 3 is what I was referring to.
Thank you. I'm so used to everything being done with the fiscal year system here that, yeah. Okay. The permanent replacement of San Simeon water line and effluent line. I just wanted to let you know that we are going to be discussing that at the R&I meeting on May 24th. Okay. Okay, I'm going to bring,
Oh.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Both of us, yeah.
Oh, you're first up. Yeah.
Vice President Gray.
I just wanted to basically a comment, more of a comment, maybe a question too, regarding the Stewart Street tank process, because there was obviously one written comment expressing some impatience with it earlier in our meeting. It doesn't sound like, and this is either Mr. Green or Mr. McElhaney, it doesn't sound like we can do anything more. It's in a federal review process, and we're just depending on the wheels of the federal government to turn at their pace. So we can't really say when it would happen, because unless there's something we need to do that we haven't done, you can't rush it. You can't move it forward. It's like standing in line at the DMV and saying, "Hurry up!"
Yes, and I have been, like I said, I've been studying grants and I've been studying how to get money for federal grants, and it does take some time and it's a long process. So, yeah, it'll get here eventually. Director Thomas, did you have something?
And President Dean, that is awesome that you're doing that on the grants. Wanted to be sure it's clear on the left when it says summer of 2023, That's referring to the first bullet, present to the board the results of the RFP. It certainly looks like the replacement would be done then, but that's not the intent of the date. And our proposal coming soon should make those clearer.
Yes, yes. Mr. D'Enzo is going to be presenting the results of the RFP to the R&I committee prior to presenting it to the board. And I can't remember if we have that on a future agenda. Do we? GM McElhaney?
I don't believe we discussed it this morning in the agenda review.
Okay, so we need to make sure we put that on a future agenda. Okay, I wanted to just say something briefly about the ad hoc committee for researching long-term water storage solutions. We did revitalize the ad hoc committee, I believe 2 R&I meetings ago, but I want to make a couple of comments about the ad hoc committee members that we have working on this. Mr. Williams is a California professional geologist and a certified hydrologist. His experience includes managing, reviewing, and assisting on water supply, managed aquifer recharge, and groundwater storage. Mr. Webb has decades of experience with environmental issues relating to our creeks, lagoons, habitats, and marine sanctuaries. So I think these are 2 very qualified R&I committee members to be working on this long-term storage ad hoc. And I want to thank Director Thomas for recruiting Mr. Williams to this standing committee, because he definitely is a brilliant mind when it comes to water situations. Okay, so the date, well, we already revitalized it. So I guess you can say that action is done because we did revitalize the ad hoc committee. Okay.
I have
Go
a
ahead.
comment. Yes, thank you, Madam President. So eventually it would be really helpful for me to be able to know what would be the timeline, or what are we shooting for research long-term water storage solutions? So that would just really be helpful. But the other thing is, there is nothing under status on either one of the 4 or 5. So I'm wondering, was that just left out, or do we just don't have any status on these 2?
Yes, Director. May I?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Director Scott. So after conversations with staff in regards, these are plans in the future that are going to take a while, and without being too premature, our ad hoc committee with the strategic plan and some of the discussions about the format and the way that we're reporting our progress within strategic plan might change a little to where we can give more detail and more qualifiers. So right now in that status bar, there's only 3 qualifiers, and that's done on target and or revised. And so our hope is maybe we are going to tweak this strategic plan reporting process that will give more clarifiers in terms of where we are in actual actions. So, if we've completed some of this project and have dates in mind, there's going to be a change to this overall process of reporting that will make it clear not only to the board of directors, but to the public as well.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and we may need to add a few more action bullet points under some of these too. And I believe we do have, I hope your guys are ready. I believe we do have the ad hoc committee's report on the agenda for June 8th. Okay. Okay, does anybody else? Okay, Director Farmer.
Thank you. A number of folks that have recently arrived in the community have asked me, over the past couple of years or so, why isn't there long-term water storage in this community, especially considering the water unpredictability circumstances. And I've had to tell them, because they think that, well, the district, the board, they're not doing their job. So I just want to let folks know that opportunities have been presented to us in the past to purchase property from local ranchers to actually use that property for long-term water storage. Unfortunately, previous boards and general managers have not taken advantage of those opportunities. I'm not going to get into the reasons why, but that's why we are here where we are now. And so we are the board that's going to take advantage of whatever opportunities that can be created in the future to actually move forward with long-term water storage for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
Pardon me. I should also include the fact that our new general manager will be moving in that direction as well. Thank you.
yes, yes. We have a very proactive new general manager. Okay, the second core area and strategic goal is advanced coastal development permit to achieve county and coastal commission approval. So future objective was resolve the brine waste disposal issue, investigate and complete study for new cost-effective options and technologies for reduction and disposal of brine waste, including costs. We have a pilot program tentatively scheduled. I believe the pilot program now is scheduled for around October.
That is what I remember.
Okay. And we do have an R&I committee formed again of Mr. Williams and Mr. Webb, along with Mr. Sieber, looking at other alternatives for brine waste disposal in addition to this. So where it says future objective, we could probably put a date on the pilot program, a tentative date of the last quarter of 2023. Okay. And the report from the ad hoc committee is pending. Okay, on the next one, it's to complete the task 1 in-stream flow study and report the results to the board. And we have second quarter 2023, but I think that's being changed.
We will need to adjust that based on some discussions to the change of the scope of
Right.
the task 1 inflow stream study.
So should we put to be determined, or do you want to put last quarter of the year?
You know, we could touch base with the utilities manager, D'Enzo, who is on Zoom, and he might be able to give us a better idea being so close to the subject.
Okay, is Mr. D'Enzo available?
Yes, I'm available. So I was thinking about that too, President Dean, that I'm having difficulty trying to nail down a date for that too, because it will need the getting the scope, and then I don't know how long the study is going to take. So I suppose we could put a marker there of last quarter 2023. That would be a safe estimate, but that would be my estimate for the time being.
Okay. So fourth quarter 2023.
Yes.
Okay, the next one is complete the CDP application, revisit the CDP project description to our CDP application, and submit the data needed to complete the CDP application for the county. We are going to be bringing back the CDP project application modification, I believe, the second meeting in June.
Correct, Madam President.
Okay. And submitting the data needed to complete the CDP application. I do believe that in-stream flow study we just talked about needs to be completed. So are we looking at the fourth quarter for that, or are we looking the first quarter of 2024?
I'll defer to Mr. D'Enzo, but my suspicion is that we might be looking at first quarter 2024.
Mr. D'Enzo?
Yeah, I think that would be a safe assumption.
Okay. Okay, Director Scott.
Yeah, Madam President, thank you so much. I would like to hear in your, what have you been here, 16 days or something like that?
Business days.
Yes, business days. What you have done to develop relationships with the people who are going to give us this permit.
Yeah, so obviously this is no secret that this is a delicate discussion when it comes to this permit. I have reached out to the Coastal Commission. I've had several meetings with Mr. Luster in regards to some of the things that we will be looking at in terms of potential obstacles moving forward with this permit. So the permit still has to go to, the County of San Luis Obispo And they're going to have their findings. And some of that has to do with a lot of things that we're doing as far as these inflow stream studies, the potential change of scope to these inflow stream studies. And then the county is going to make their decision, and ultimately it's going to go before the Coastal Commission. And so these discussions that I've been having with the Coastal Commission talks about some of the things that we're going to need to do in terms of mitigation for our environmental impact areas, our steelhead, red-legged frog, things of these nature. And so we're opening up the dialogue and we're trying to get ahead of this. And that actually has to do with some of the scope that we're changing with the inflow stream study that's going to come before the board, is that we're now working ahead because we see what the Coastal Commission is going to want to see when eventually this gets appealed to the Coastal Commission. And so it's those steps that we're moving ahead and having these conversations. And then my next step is to have a meeting with the executive director.
Yes, he's reaching out and really doing a lot of work on this. I appreciate it. Okay. Yes, I know. Okay. Execute phased repairs and upgrades for the wastewater treatment system. So it looks like monitor project expenditures and performance during the construction phase and quarterly report supplement to finance and resources and infrastructure committees. And we are on target with that for a quarterly report when?
It's in this quarter report. It's been through the finance committee and is being brought to the board in, on the May 18th, next week on the May 18th meeting.
Okay. And will the R&I committee be receiving an update at some point too? Or is that once the projects are actually started?
I'm not aware of what updates will be given to the R&I committee regarding the project progress. I have updated the expenditure tracking and got that approved through the finance committee.
Okay, so I imagine the utilities manager will tell us about the actual physical work being done.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Revise any district policies or procedures to incorporate findings as appropriate based on learnings from the tracking project. That's still a future. Okay. Okay, moving on to the fire protection and emergency services, provide optimal fire protection, water rescue, and emergency medical services on a 24/7 basis. And it looks like update the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan for Cambria. We've got that on the agenda for today. Okay, so we're on track with that. Update the CCSD board to any and all changes to evacuation planning within the district. We're on target, and this is something that Vice President Gray and I have been working on along with Chief Vincent and with Fire Safe Focus Group, all of that. And we should be ready to give a report, I think, on our progress anyway, maybe next month.
I think we can do that, yes.
Okay. Okay, so let's say June. We have been working on evacuation routes. Okay, and then report on the progress of implementation of the Zone Haven system and an emergency alert system. It says it's revised to the third quarter 2023. Will the chief be able to update us on that, please?
Absolutely.
Yes, Madam President, Board, I should be getting a rollout of Zone Haven by the end of June. This was supposed to come sooner, but the storms basically slowed down the process at County OES. So by the end of June, I'm supposed to be getting a one-on-one rollout and doing some final adaptations to the plan. And there'll be a countywide marketing of Zone Haven, of which there's a template that they're going to want every jurisdiction to follow so that everybody gets the same information. So that will be rolling out sometime in probably a safe bet would be August.
August, okay. Sorry. Okay, manage and provide stewardship of district assets, parks, recreation, and open space in a timely, cost-effective, and environmentally sensitive manner. And the one that's got red in here is define future use and funding for the Veterans Hall. And we have an ad hoc committee working on that. And do we have any update on that? Vice President Gray?
Yes, thank you, President Dean. The only update I have at this point is that sometime in June, our ad hoc committee will be along with a group of citizens and organizational representatives. We'll probably be holding a workshop to get a better definition of what exactly we want in terms of the Vets Hall's mission to the community and how to prepare for it. So we've developed a couple of groups, I call them at this point, that are tasked with raising money, ultimately maybe raising money from private donations, and another one's sort of tasked with marketing or promoting the Vets Hall as uses of the Vets Hall of the community. The group that's tasked with funding is focused on possibly having ultimately becoming a 501c3, a legal entity, and they've been doing they did a very thorough job of looking at all the alternatives, and also basically private donations and grants being their major source of funding. And in terms of the marketing, we've come up with a number of ideas for reaching out to various parts of the community. But I think there was at the last meeting we had, a large group, and Dr. Farmer can fill you in on this from his perspective too. It was decided that there really needed to be a little more of a definition of exactly what we wanted to do with to make the Vets Hall a community resource and how to define its mission more clearly. So we're going to work on that. In the meantime, the groups that are working on funding and marketing will be continuing. But I think we'll have probably a little more of a report. If I want to be so bold as to promise something, a written report maybe in June on the ad hoc committee's work. And Dr. Farmer, if you want to add anything, please do.
No, I think you've done a fairly complete job in reporting what has been happening so far. And it might be that some folks might wish that this is moving forward a little quicker, but this is a very important item with regard to the future of the Vets Hall. And some folks may be aware of the fact that one of the things that has not necessarily been ignored, but is the condition of the Veterans Hall itself. And this is an important part of the process, just upgrading the Veterans Hall to make it available for the opportunities that we hope we create in the future. Thank you.
Okay, so do you want me to put third quarter on here?
Third quarter for a report or for? Let's see, which one is it? This is the.
We are on number 4.
Number 4. Third quarter is fine.
Okay.
Madam President. We did skip an item that I wanted to give Chief Vincent an opportunity to discuss. He's been putting a lot of work in and had some successes as it applies to preparing and providing to the board, a fire protection plan for Cambria and board consideration. So I'd like to give an opportunity to speak about that.
So you want to speak on that on this strategic plan?
Yes,
item? Okay, but could you either speak a little bit louder, Chief, or pull the microphone closer to you? Because I know I could barely hear you. I don't know if members of the audience could hear.
I can do that. Thank you.
Okay.
Is that better? Terrific. On the item 4 under the provide optimal fire protection, it's prepare and provide to the board a fire prevention plan for the Cambria for board consideration. Just a quick update, I believe we are on target for third quarter 2023 and trying to devise a proper organizational chart for this fire prevention effort. I was able to go back and to look through agenda packets from I think 2003 through 2007, in which fire prevention positions were created within the fire department, being administrative fire captain of fire prevention, and then an assistant chief of fire / fire marshal, and start to see what we had before and the justification. So I've gained the historical data, and I'm now comprising that into what we now need for Cambria. When we talk about provide a defensible space ordinance, I've had meetings with CAL FIRE, even with you, with CAL FIRE, to talk about the feasibility of the creation of one. Most recently, I met with the new unit chief for this entire area to discuss this. Some concerns were raised from CAL FIRE about the feasibility of us doing that, since we do lie within the state responsibility area. I was told it may take a month or two, but it has been moved up their chain of command to Sacramento to look into feasibility as well as to their legal. And I should hopefully hear back from Chief Owens in the next couple weeks to have more guidance on whether that's something that's we can actually legally put in a prevention plan for Cambria Community Service District. And then providing budget and funding alternatives is something that I'm working with general manager and finance to determine our capability to fund the needed fire prevention. But overall, I'd just like to say we are on target for third quarter 2023.
Okay. Great, thank you. Okay. Going back to the manage and provide stewardship of district assets, I don't think we finished this topic. Let's see, we finished item 4. So on item 6, it's complete the East Ranch restroom project. I believe Mr. D'Enzo is working on the restroom for the ranch. Can we have an update on that?
Absolutely. Mr. D'Anza.
Yes, I did get some specifications back from one of the building contractors, and I should get with our design team to push that forward. So I forget which was the date that I had for
I have
this.
down here 3rd and 4th quarter 2023.
Yeah, that's still valid.
Okay, so are we on target then?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and then item number 7 is present options and estimated construction and maintenance costs and possible funding sources for future community park projects to the board. And we've listed Frisbee golf, an exercise circuit, multi-use trail, and picnic tables. And that was supposed to be addressed, I believe, at this at the strategic plan workshop, correct? Okay, so when we do the workshop. Okay, so that's still 4th quarter. Okay. That's on target. Okay, was there any items here that needed to be updated that I missed? Okay, does any member of the public have comment on these strategic plan updates? Mr. Kruzik.
Hello, Hank Krisak, San Simeon resident. Relative to increased revenues for the Vets Hall, there is an opportunity with the continuing providing of services for the San Simeon board to use Vets Hall. So it's another source of revenue. Maybe you could even come up with a special rate that was higher to make it more motivational for you. But just a point is, there's been some negative comments about that, but it is a source of revenue, which is consistent with your strategic plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we are going to be discussing and considering San Simeon continuous use of the Vets Hall in agenda item 7E. Is there any more public comment, Ms. Dodson?
Yes, Dennis Dudzik, followed by a written comment from Christine Heinrichs.
Okay, Mr. Dudzik, 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm very heartened by the qualifications of the two members of the ad hoc committee to research long-term water storage solutions, as well as the statements made today by the new general manager, board president, directors regarding the improvements being made in the strategic plan process management and reporting. I appreciate that your intention is for the ad hoc committee to support and work directly with the CCSD general manager, district engineer, and/or utilities manager to identify and specifically define plans to meet the infrastructure needs of the community. The INR committee has been directed to assess existing conditions and gather information regarding beneficial flood control and long-term storage infrastructure changes to protect and benefit the community. It should go without saying that this long-term water supply plan will include analyses of past, present, current, and future infrastructure requirements, inclusive of the committed build-out of 4,650 residential service connections. I had provided some, as a reminder, the strategic plan contains no other activities addressing the district's plan to serve the full build-out needs of the district or to support an end to the moratorium on new water connections. I provided some initial analyses to the committee and the general manager. And once again, I'm offering my technical consulting services in this regard pro bono. I look forward to working with the general manager and ad hoc committee in support of the future of Cambria. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dodson.
Jerry McKinnon would like to speak next.
Mr. McKinnon, welcome back.
Just think, next month I'm going to have hearing aids. I would just like to remind the San Simeon and Cambria that this building is a Veterans Memorial Building and thus is under the California state law of veterans. And there are certain rules that apply to the use of the building that both should be reminded of. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a copy of that, General Manager McElhaney?
I do, but not on me, but I will definitely.
No, but you do have.
Yes.
Okay, so it would be good for the ad hoc committee to review that document. Thank you. Okay, is there any more public comment on this item?
Yes, a written comment from Christine Heinrichs.
Okay.
Under wastewater treatment repairs and upgrades, the district appears to be sorting out financial issues, but actual projects haven't yet begun. The annual interest on 12.1 million is about 750,000. My understanding is that the interest began accruing in October 2022. The district's interest cost has been over 375,000 since the certificates of participation were issued. What is holding these projects up? After several years of work on this, weren't the projects ready to go? At the Resources and Infrastructure Committee meeting, as reported in item 8, Utilities Manager D'Anzo says they will get designs ready for these wastewater treatment plant upgrades by August and get the work done by 2024. President Dean comments that they began this process in 2018, and it's taken us this long to get the list. The April 27th, 2023 R&I meeting, I thought the investment grade audit sorted this out. I also asked that the PowerPoint slides Mr. D'Anzo presented be posted on the district website as promised. That $375,000 sure would have gone a long way to other important community needs, such as hiring a forest ecologist, refurbishing the Vets Hall, and many other community needs. Thank you.
Thank you. General Manager McElhaney, you have a comment?
Yeah, I would just like to respond in the sense that I understand and hear those comments and perhaps the lacks of visibility of our progress. It's a slow moving machine, but I think that with some of the changes from our ad hoc committee that's working on the strategic plan, working with the president and vice president, that we will be able to provide more clear updates as our progress towards achieving those strategic goals. And I understand right now that they can be confusing and it feels like we're not moving anywhere, but our goal is to paint a better picture of how we are moving forward in each one of these strategic goals.
Thank you. And Mr. D'Enzo in his engineering report that he gives at R&I and then at the board meeting does do updates on these things too. Vice President Gray.
Yeah, thank you, President Dean. Yeah, I wanted to comment briefly, and maybe Ms. Fritz can fill in a little bit of the details. In the quarterly report that our finance committee reviewed, there have been considerable disbursements made for the project, something like 1.6 million. So we are on the financial side, it's well underway. And it always takes some time to get things actually physically going, but the money is being dispersed rather briskly, I guess. And and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but about the interest, these are bonds that have been issued. We're going to pay that interest no matter what, no matter how fast the project goes or how slow it goes. That interest rate is baked in. We're committed to it for 30 years, well, with some options to pay off earlier. But it doesn't really matter how fast the project goes. That money is going to be dispersed to the investors.
And we started out with a 30% design on these projects, and that had to be completed, and the engineering and all of that caught up to speed. So I don't know if you want to have Mr. D'Enzo give an update on where we are with that part of it, but I believe the construction is supposed to start in August, isn't it?
I believe so, but I'll let Mr. D'Enzo speak to that.
Yeah, yes, President Dean, you're correct in saying that the 30% design still needs to be completed to 100%. And part of the whole design build process is that completion of the design works in conjunction with the contractor. That's why it's a design build. So yes, we are on target of completing the design portions of it in August. And yeah, and hopefully we'll start breaking ground after that. So we're just as antsy about breaking ground as most of you. I know it doesn't sound like it, but believe me, we are. So.
Yeah, and I think somebody requested you put a banner on the fence of the wastewater treatment plant showing when we actually break ground.
Yeah, sounds fun.
And you wanted a cake.
Oh, well, that for sure. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Is there any more public comment on this item?
I have
Director
something.
Scott,
Yeah,
sorry.
thank you, Madam President. But I really want to affirm the public's concern about the $375,000. I mean, yeah, there's stuff going on behind the scene, but the public needs to know about what we're doing. So I'm hoping when we bring forward some of the suggested changes to how we report the strategic plan, that'll really help the public understand the process of what we're doing.
Yeah, and I also think the quarterly reports that Ms. Fritz is going to provide on the money part of this will help explain it too. General Manager McElhaney.
And I also want to say that as these bi-weekly newsletters come out from the general manager, that I'm going to include some of this information. So tying in with Mrs. Fritz and Utilities Manager D'Enzo, along with some of those strategic plan goals, that is things that we can report out every other week.
Good. As much transparency as we can get, the better. Ms. Fritz has her hand up.
Yeah, I would just like to add that in my third quarter report, what I was tasked with and what I did was we're talking about two different things. I tracked the expenditures going out to our contractor for the construction piece of this, which was approximately 1.6 million that Director Gray spoke to. We also, and I think what Ms. Heinrichs was saying is we pay our the Bank of New York is who's holding the bonds for us, and we have to make regular debt service payments to them, and we make them twice a year. We've made one payment to them, and it was for $216,000 approximately, and that was all interest. And I'm trying to find our debt service schedule. All those payments are planned out for, the life of the bonds, which is 30 years, unless we want to refinance them. And their interest and principal payments are completely already dictated. And so that is not in my third quarter report. It was part of all the bond packaging. And I will find that information. I can't find it right here in my computer, but we can report on that if people are interested in exactly how much interest we are paying on that money. And it is correct to say the interest is set in our repayment schedule. It's not changing depending on how quickly or slowly that we are spending the money.
Okay, and the funds from the COP financing have to be used for the wastewater treatment plant, not for any other
Correct.
projects in the district.
Correct. And we have to provide documentation of invoices to be able to even draw those funds down from the trustee.
Correct. Okay, if there's no more public comment, does somebody want to make a motion to accept the updates to the strategic plan?
I move that we accept the updates to the strategic plan.
I
Okay.
second it.
Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Director Thomas,
Aye.
Vice President Gray,
Aye.
Director Scott,
Aye.
Director Farmer,
Aye.
President Dean.
Aye. I have been requested to call a 5-minute break. It is 2:45, so let's do 10 minutes to 3. Okay. Restarting the meeting, calling it back to order. Mr. GM McElhaney, you want to introduce agenda item 7B, please?
Yes, Madam President, Board, thank you. Item 7B, discussion and consideration of resolution 262023, amending changes to the board bylaws, to the board and standing committee bylaws. It is recommended that the Board of Directors discuss and consider the adoption of resolution 262023, amending the board and standing committee bylaws. It is also recommended that the board discuss additional changes to bylaws proposed by President Dean and Director Thomas. The ad hoc committee consisting of Vice President Gray and Director Thomas was created to review and recommend these amendments to the board and standing committee bylaws.
Okay, we reviewed these amendments to the bylaws and voted on them to move them forward towards a resolution on April 20th. And there are a couple of additional things in here we made note of that we need to fix for this resolution. One of them is the numbering under the standing, let's me find this here. Under this, page 104, under the standing committee bylaws, we have 1.6 standing committee statements of purpose and responsibility, but then it starts out as 1.7.1, the finance committee, and then continues on going back to 1.6.2. This should be 1.6.1, not 1.71. And then there's in the board bylaws, it mentions the board secretary, and in the standing board committee bylaws, it calls it the district clerk, and they should be the same because it's one person. So I believe on page 107, under 6.2, district clerk needs to change to board secretary. Other than that, does anybody else see anything in what we already proved April 20th that needs to be corrected? Okay, do we have any members of the public that wish to make a comment on this resolution part of the agenda item?
I do not.
Okay, we have a motion.
I move that we adopt the updated, look at the exact wording here. By resolution, that we approve resolution 26-2023, amending changes to the board and the standing committee bylaws with the two corrections. One on in the scope of responsibility for standing committees. Under the listing of the finance committee's responsibilities and purpose, the heading should be 1.6.1 rather than 1.7.1. And then in the standing committee bylaws under meetings, section 6, paragraph 6.2, instead of district clerk, we should use the word board secretary.
Okay, do we have a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, Director Scott seconded. Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Vice President Gray,
Aye.
Director Scott,
Aye.
Director Thomas,
Aye.
Director Farmer.
I'll say aye, but maybe I missed something. Other than these very minor corrections, we didn't have any discussion on this. You asked for it, I guess, and no one commented.
I asked for comment on it.
And nobody, I was waiting for everybody to say something. I was just shocked.
Well, this is just doing a resolution on the amendments to the board bylaws and standing committee bylaws that we discussed and approved on April 20th. We're separating this agenda item into two parts. After we approve this resolution, then we're going to work on the newly proposed changes of the bylaws and then direct staff to bring whatever is approved back at a future meeting for another resolution.
Well, thank you for the clarification. Apparently I'm the one that needs coffee, right? It's working for everybody else, so, thank you.
And President Dean.
Aye. Oh, that's right. I hadn't voted yet.
Oh, yeah, I need to say aye too. Thank you.
Okay.
And
Okay.
aye here as well.
If no one has any objection, I'm going to do the proposals that I had first because I think they're going to require less discussion, if that's all right. Okay. I guess we'll just go through them all and then and discuss them one at a time, but vote on whatever everyone approves all at once rather than take a separate vote on each change. Does that work for everybody? Okay.
This is on page 113.
113. Okay, so in the past many years, we have followed a rotation method of electing and appointing officers of the board. However, last year I was asked if this had been in writing anywhere. Therefore, I propose the following verbiage be added to the board bylaws under section 1, officer of the board of directors as 1.4a. 1.4a states that board members shall rotate into the position of board president and vice president, with the board member who has served the longest since elected serving as president, and the board member with the next longest tenure on the board serving as vice president. Following such board members' 1 year of service in each position, the board member serving as vice president shall rotate to the position of president, and the board member that has served as president shall rotate back to the position of board member. The board member that has served the next longest then rotates into the position of vice president. In the event one or more board members are eligible to become president or vice president and were last voted into the office at the same election, the open position shall first go to the board member who received the most votes in that election, followed by the board member who received the next highest number of votes. Any board member may decline their appointment to the position of president or vice president. The appointment officer shall be subject to the affirmative vote of the board. There are some reasons for us doing this. In the past, we have had a situation where it was decided that somebody didn't want somebody to become a president when it was their turn, or someone insisted that someone remain as president for more than one term. And doing it the way we're talking about with rotation makes it fair that everyone on the board has the opportunity to become vice president and president during their term on the board. So that is my reason for putting this in there. So does anybody have anything they wish to say about this particular proposal? Director Farmer.
Yes, thank you. Yes, that's a long time coming. And thank you, President Dean, for finally addressing this issue. I just want to give a little more clarification and detail with regard to what President Dean just said. I can recall in years past when a particular person was elected to the board and actually came in first, and yet this person was totally ignored for the first 4 years of their term, while another member of the board was made president twice, and a member of the board that had been appointed to the board when someone resigned was made vice president. And I'm not going to elaborate on what was going on, but as I said, one particular board member was totally ignored in any type of rotation being acknowledged. And that's why I say this is a long time coming. So thank you so much. And by the way, I just want to mention one more thing with regard to that a person can request that even if it's their time to be vice president or president, that a person can make the decision not to do so for whatever reason. And I did that at one time because I thought it was the right thing to do. But I also ultimately was vice president and president. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Gray.
Yeah, thank you, President Dean. I know the different boards have different ways of dealing with this issue, and some do rotation. Usually it's a lot simpler than this. And some, just like we do, have the official rule is simply that every year the board chooses its officers. The one problem I have with a kind of a template like this that sort of makes everything sort of set is that it does take the power out of the hands of the board majority at any given time to make its own decision as to who's its leader. And I think the problem is, one problem with having such an automatic system is that the president of the board who takes office under this system may not be the one that the majority would really prefer to see. And yeah, that's it might seem fair, but the president of this board has a certain amount of power. And the way power is legitimate in anybody, whether it's the whole country or whether it's a board like this, is that it rests kind of on the consent of the people who are under that person's power. And if it was not a clear majority in favor of the person who's going to be president, I think the president's in kind of a weak position, and it may not be a very effective presidency. I prefer keeping the things the way they are now. I don't know how this would even play out in practice. It sounds like from what you're saying, right, from what this says, next year, Director Farmer again would be president, right?
No.
Well, it says
The vice, okay, so
this is how it gets confusing, because I don't think that was the intent, but it says the board member shall rotate into the positions of board president and vice president with the board member who has served the longest since elected serving as president. So the wording does sort of suggest that it would be, and I'm not saying I want to be president so much that I'm going to make a point of this, but I think that the wording can get very confusing, and the impact of it can lead to some unintended consequences.
okay, so as part of what you were saying, it does say the appointment of officers shall be subject to the affirmative vote of the board. So if the majority of the board does not want that person to be the president,
Well, why
the board can say no.
Well, why not have it just have the officers are appointed by affirmation of the board, majority vote of the board, if it's a board decisions anyway. So that's my view on it. But first of all, I'm not talking about whether I want to be president or not, but if I were president, if I'm president, I want there to be a majority vote in my favor, so I know I have the support of the board. And every president, I think, should have that.
Okay, does anybody else have anything to say about it? Director Scott?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I see both points of view. You know, what Director Farmer is saying and what Director Gray is saying, or Vice President Gray is saying, that both of them make a lot of sense. My concern, and I was going to say something, then I wasn't, and then now I am,
Okay.
is that what if the person who, for instance, who gets the most votes, who were elected at the same time, what if the board doesn't want that person to be president? What if another person is more capable of being president?
That's why it says at the bottom that the appointment of officers is subject to an affirmative
Right.
vote of the board.
Right, and that makes it fine, but I also see the point of Vice President Grace.
Okay, Director Farmer?
One thing I thought about with regard to this is that, like, we're all adults.
Yeah.
We've all offered our services to the community because we care about the community and the people that live here, and we want the best for the functioning of the district. And from that perspective, I feel as if we all can be flexible enough to, with regard to, as Vice President Gray said, and what is in here, in your suggestion, well, what if the majority of the board members don't want someone to be board president or vice president? So we would discuss that and determine why that is, and each of us having to, let's say, contribute in a responsible and thoughtful and caring fashion for the betterment of the board, the betterment of the community, and hopefully the end result of any kind of discussion along these lines would be a much greater appreciation of all of us on the board. I hope that makes sense.
Okay. Director Thomas?
Yeah, thank you. All good points of view. And I think my gut feel is that this is an excellent proposal. When we were doing the elections at this last round, I looked through the last 12 years, I think, and the last few rounds have followed this process. I got to that discontinuity that Director Farmer has mentioned, and oh my goodness, the chaos in the minutes and the chaos in those meetings. And that was just an ugly process. Didn't make sense. What President Dean has done is put into words the unwritten practice, and it's wise, I think, to get these things in writing. It does give the person out if a director is up in that rotation and just feels for whatever reason rather not do it this time. I just want to be sure that that's clear. Any board member may decline their appointment, but that I just want to be certain, and perhaps Mr. Carmel can weigh in, that that would not be a permanent for that rest of their term, but that would be just this round.
It would just be for this round is my intention.
That's how it reads.
Mr. Carmel, do you want to weigh in?
That's exactly how it reads, and that's how it would be interpreted.
And Mr. Carmel reviewed this for me before I put in here.
Yeah.
Okay, is there any changing or wording anybody wants to see in this particular? You want to vote one by one?
Okay,
Okay,
I have a further comment, which it applies to some of the other topics that we're going to be taking up. I think bylaws, to me, have to reflect kind of be as simple as possible, allow the board to have as much flexibility as possible within the grounds of common sense and fairness, whatever, and should not tie the hands of a responsible board that's working together well if it wants to make certain decisions. Some of the past situations that Director Thomas was talking about weren't due to a decision as to who was president. The decision as to who was president was due to the dysfunctional situation underlying. So it wasn't the fact that there was no rule like this. It was the fact that there was a lot of conflict on those boards already that was causing trouble, and Director Farmer can vouch for that. And I think this board is a very good board in the sense we're working together. We're not at loggerheads. We don't have a 3-2, mortal combat split going on and things like that. So I don't see, this is why I don't think we need to have all this restraint and all these very detailed procedural rules for making a decision. We should be able to make pretty much on our own based on what who wants to be president and who would be the best president.
okay, so these are not rules. The bylaws are not rules, they're guidance. And they can be overruled
Right.
At any time by a majority vote.
Mhm.
Just
they can-
to
exactly.
say that. So, yeah, if we decide at the time we're not going to go by that, and majority vote says we're not going to go by this. So, okay, but I know that we have a good board right now. We all get along. We're all doing the best we can for the public, but we don't know what future boards are going to look like.
But
And so, that's where I'm going for it. But if we want to deal with these one item at a time, I am fine with that. So saying that, Director Farmer, you have your light on too. Did you wish to speak again?
Just very briefly, when Vice President Gray was speaking earlier, and he was alluding to the part here where it says the board member that has served the longest, the next longest, is in the rotation, and saying that would be me. But I've already served as board president, and maybe this references to the next longest would mean someone that was more recently elected. It's a little bit confusing in that regard, and I can totally understand
Yeah,
where
but
Vice President Gray
you
was
were
coming from.
reelected.
And I was reelected.
Yeah,
right?
and you've already served. And it should be just one term as president per board member.
Yeah, even if I'm here like for 8 years, I only get to serve as board president like once.
In order for everyone on the board to
Right.
have the opportunity. And that's the whole reason for this, as far as I was concerned, is so everyone on the board
Right.
had that opportunity.
And I think that's more than fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
So does any member of the public have a comment on this part?
No.
Nope. Okay, does anyone want to make a motion?
I would move that we adopt this recommendation 1.4A.
Okay, do we have a second?
Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Dotson. We have a motion and a second.
Director Thomas,
Aye.
Director Farmer,
Yes.
Director Scott,
Aye.
Vice President Gray,
No.
President Dean.
Aye. So we have 4 ayes with Vice President Gray voting no. Okay. The next one that I wanted to propose was an addition to section 1 under 1.5. And that addition is italics below. And this is something I also had help with district council with. The president or his or her designee shall be the official spokesperson for the board in response to communications regarding the position of the board on relevant district issues and is the point person and contact for intergovernmental relations. Does anybody have any comments about this one? Director Farmer.
That just makes such common sense. So I'm just wondering, we're just adopting this to make sure common sense prevails. Is that it?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Anyone else? Public comment on this particular one?
No.
Okay, does someone want to make a motion?
I will.
Director Scott.
Yes,
please.
I move that we approve the additional 1.5 bylaw.
Okay, do we have a second?
Yeah,
I'll second. I'll second it.
Okay, Ms. Dotson, we have a motion and a second.
Director Scott,
Aye.
Vice President Gray,
Aye.
Director Thomas,
Aye.
Director Farmer,
Aye.
President Dean.
Aye. Okay. So relating to board member interaction with staff, I would like to propose adding the following to section 7 board member guidelines, possibly a 7.1.a. And I did take this out of, I kind of plagiarized this from some other CSD bylaws, but it is also in one of our policies, the path of communication. So when a board member makes a request for information, the path of communication shall be board to general manager, then general manager to staff. If a substantial amount of information that would make a significant amount of time to compile is being requested by an individual board member for agenda items, and the information being provided either in a written staff report or verbally at the board meeting is not sufficient to make a decision on that agenda item, a request by a board member can be made to bring that agenda item back to a future board meeting by making a motion and receiving an affirmative vote for that action to be placed back on the next possible agenda. And the reason for this is because if we make requests for information on a posted agenda item to staff, the staff is going to immediately drop what they're doing because they think they didn't provide enough information. And in doing it with the general man, dealing directly with the general manager, first of all, the general manager is the gateway to the staff. We work with the general manager is in charge of staff. And the general manager then can determine whether that staff person has the time and the ability to get that additional information at that time. Now, I know Director Farmer had an issue with my long run-on sentence there, but I did plagiarize that again from another set of bylaws. So sorry about that. I changed a couple of words here and there, so it's not word for word. But is there any comments or discussion on this item?
I do. I have.
Okay, Director Scott.
Yeah, what if it doesn't rise? What if the request for information doesn't rise to the level that would need to be on a board agenda?
Then the board agenda item can be postponed to the next agenda. No.
Well, it says when a board member makes a request for information, it wouldn't necessarily have to be at a board meeting. Path of community shall be board to general manager, then the general manager staff. That's great. But why couldn't something be communicated rather than putting it on an agenda.
Okay, so if a board member asks for information from the staff on,
Just outside of a board. meeting.
uh-huh, I believe, and Mr. Carmel can correct me, any information provided to one director has to be distributed to all directors. So if it's not something on a board meeting, if you're asking for information on something specific to what we're doing,
Yeah.
that same information has to be provided by the general manager or the board secretary to all of the directors.
Well, why couldn't it come through the legal counsel? So then it wouldn't have to be, do you understand what I'm saying? Is that somehow it could get distributed to the other board members without having it be something that would violate the Brown Act?
Okay,
See what I'm saying? I mean, if you just have a question that you
Yeah.
want answered, why does it have to become this big agenda thing?
Okay, so my intent with this was asking for further amended information on posted agenda
Okay,
items.
that makes
That
sense.
is where I was going with this.
Okay,
Okay, so
We need to add some language, I think.
yeah.
it says right there, 4 agenda items on the 4th sentence down.
The first sentence stands by itself.
Yeah.
If this is,
Indicating that that would be for any information.
Yeah.
And you don't have your microphone on.
Yeah, I just pointed out that the first sentence stands on its own and would apply to all requests, not only those
Right.
that would be for
Okay,
an agenda item.
but the 2nd sentence down, I am
Yeah.
talking about agenda items.
Right.
Okay. Do you want to clarify this for us, Mr. Carmel? Am I wording this wrong?
I think adding after, in the first sentence, when a board member makes a request for information on posted agenda items,
There you go.
Okay, that's what I meant.
would clarify it.
Thank you. That's
Thank
what I
you.
meant.
This is why we pay Tim the big bucks, man.
Okay.
There-
Thank you. I appreciate that because that is what my intent was. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. Okay, Vice President
Yeah,
Gray.
and there is a general rule here in effect that there's a general policy here, which is reflected in this, that requests for information about any kind do go through the general manager.
Yes.
Individually, yeah. So this is just an extension of that in a way to agenda items.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Anybody else?
Sure. Yeah, I particularly appreciate the specificity of this and it makes it very clear and it's gonna make it, I think, a bit easier to operate. And after discussing this with the general manager, lots of good reasons, but having that point of contact, fully aware of all requests makes it much easier to comply with the Brown Act of distributing information equally. And also those nuances of we may not even recognize it, but when we make a request directly to someone from staff, their eagerness to do a great job is very likely going to cause them to stop doing whatever they were doing. And who is it that's going to prioritize? And it needs to be the general manager in whom we trust. So I fully support this.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this particular item?
Yes, Joanne Freemeyer.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Freemeyer. Is she on Zoom or in person?
She's on Zoom. I'm asking her to unmute.
Okay, this is about requests for information from staff through the general manager.
Yeah, she's not responding.
While we're waiting for that, I just want to talk about how hard our staff does work and that they would love to communicate and provide that information. But out of that eagerness, like Director Thomas is saying, is, due to some sort of short staffing, our admin department is down several staff. So they are doing double duty on a daily basis. And so that ability to run interference for them and be able to tap them on the shoulder when they're ready just helps them because they are so eager to comply and get that information and get the directors what they need can cause, some disruption to the daily task, but don't mistake their eagerness to support.
Yeah, well, it's especially since, once the agenda packet comes out, they're really busy preparing for the meeting too, and to have to stop, and if the information can be provided verbally at the meeting by the general manager or the particular staff member, that's helpful too.
And furthermore, Mrs. Dodson, who puts an incredible amount of hours in preparing this, when those amended items happen, it is an incredible amount of work that she ends up 7, 8 o'clock at night working. So credit to her.
I know. We have to give Ms. Dodson real credit for her dedication to this job. I mean, I know that she was in the office very early Monday morning to get those agenda packets out by 7 a.m. So thank you, Ms. Dodson. You're a very hard worker.
You're welcome. And thank you, General Manager McElhaney.
Okay. I see 2 lights on and I don't know who pushed the button first.
I just wanted to make a comment. It probably doesn't need to be made, and I probably made it in the past, but I have gotten emails from Ms. Dodson like at 6:30 in the morning and at like after 9 o'clock at night. I just wanted to make that comment. It amazes me how much work this woman is capable of doing. And I do want to say this, and maybe this isn't necessary, but I have a feeling that with our new general manager, Ms. Dodson's job will be much easier and everybody will be doing really well. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Gray.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion if it's timely, but
Okay.
also first I wanted to ask a question about wording. Since Mr. Carmel suggested language in the first sentence after the word information on posted agenda items, there's a reference in the next sentence for agenda items in the 4th line there that looks redundant to me. Would that be okay to take those 3 words out?
Mr. Carmel.
Yeah.
First of all, when a board member makes a request for information, the path of communication shall always be the board to the general manager and the general manager to staff. Perhaps we should put after a substantial amount of information on posted agenda items. Should we put that there?
I'm not seeing, is it, can you repeat that, please?
Okay, so I think the first sentence could stand alone the way it was because the path of communication between a board member and staff should always be board to general manager and general manager to staff. But if it's a substantial amount of information for a posted agenda item, that would take a significant amount of time. Should we put for posted agenda items after the word information rather than in the first sentence?
Well,
I'm not sure it's necessary.
yeah. No,
Okay, so we just.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah. And that was those 4 agenda items. I was wondering if we should keep it in or not, but if it's,
Well, maybe we can make it for posted agenda items.
well, we just, yeah, I don't want to be redundant though, because I had that in the
if-
first sentence.
If we take it out of the first sentence, because it's in general, that's our path
Okay,
of
so-
communication. And then just put the word posted in front of 4th sentence down for posted agenda items.
Actually, we could leave it, almost leave it the way it is. Just add 4 posted agenda items after individual board member. I mean, syntactically it works.
Yeah, it could. Madam President, I would not recommending putting how we ask questions through the general manager to the staff in the same paragraph as how it would be handled with an agenda item. I wouldn't want both of those.
Okay, so you want to separate it into 2 paragraphs?
If it isn't it somewhere else?
Yeah, it might be somewhere. That's
Yeah.
fine. But let me just see. Somewhere else.
I think it is a policy.
Yeah, it's a policy.
It's a policy,
Yeah.
but I wanted it in here in the bylaws for clarification.
No, I really, I'm just glad it's for posted agenda.
Okay, so after the first sentence that ends with then general manager to staff, is that where you want to break it into a second paragraph?
That's where it would break.
Okay.
Right.
I'm fine with that.
And then you can put on posted agenda items, comma, if a substantial amount of information, blah, 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 blah.
Okay, so start the paragraph with on posted agenda items.
Yeah.
If a stand, okay, I'm
Yeah.
good. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Everybody okay with
I'm
that?
with that too.
Okay,
I move that we adopt recommendation 7.1A, breaking the paragraph into two paragraphs, 7.1A being the first sentence as written, 7.1B being for posted agenda items, followed by the rest of the text.
okay, so you want to make it a 7.1.A and a 7.1.B?
Correct.
Okay, okay.
I second that.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
So we made these minor adjustments here. Is everybody okay with the fact that the second paragraph is all one sentence? Is everybody okay with that?
Mr. Carmel, you looked at this for me. Was that okay? He's not going to answer
I
me.
also want to point out that by starting it with for posted agenda items, we need to take out the four agenda items at the start of the fourth line.
Okay,
That's my question that started this whole thing. Okay.
is my sentence structure okay, Mr. Carmel?
I think it is.
Okay.
Maybe we should repeat the motion
You
now.
see that a lot from me, but I did copy this from another bylaw. Yeah, we need to repeat the motion.
Okay, so I move that we adopt recommendation 7.1A with the first sentence standing by itself, the remainder of that paragraph being 7.1B, which starts with for posted agenda items, if a substantial amount of information that would take a significant amount of time to compile is being requested by an individual board member, comma, and the information being provided, et cetera, as written.
Second, or I think, Dr.
Yes.
Yeah.
I second that.
Okay, do we have any public comment on this part?
No.
Okay, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Director Thomas,
Aye.
Director Scott,
Aye.
Director Farmer,
I'm going to abstain.
Vice President Gray,
Aye.
President Dean.
Aye. He's abstaining because he doesn't like my long run-on sentence.
It's not anything personal.
Okay. Okay, moving on. Ad hoc committee and liaison appointments. I wanted to add this section to the bylaw on ad hoc committees to include liaisons, because we've never really had any direction on what a liaison's role is before in the bylaws. So my suggestion is to create a 10.3. The president or a majority of the board may appoint a liaison to an organization, group, nonprofit, or other agency. The role of the liaison is to observe the meetings of those entities to which they're appointed as liaison and report back to the board on the discussions and actions taken during those meetings on topics that relate to our community and the district. The liaison is not an official spokesperson of the board at these meetings and shall not speak as such without prior board approval. Any personal opinions or comments made by the liaison shall include the statement as their own personal opinion and does not reflect the opinion of the entire board. Their comments shall not undermine the decisions adopted by the board or commit the board to any action or policy. 10.4, the board appointed liaison shall prepare and submit a written report for each meeting attended and forward it to the board secretary for inclusion in the appropriate monthly agenda. And when I say the liaison shall not speak as such without prior board approval, we do have one liaison position where the agency for which that person is the liaison has requested a report from the CCSD on actions taken. And that would be Director Thomas's position on the NCAC. He's not only our liaison to the NCAC, but at the NCAC's request, he acts as liaison back to the board. So both ways. Okay. So does anybody have any comments or questions on this one?
I just had a minor change. I could see in 10.4. We might want to just say the board appointed liaison may prepare and submit a written report, because not all meetings might justify a written report or require one. This makes basically a requirement of the job to prepare written reports to every meeting.
Seems to me we had something that in order to get the stipend for.
Yeah, and so there's an incentive to do it anyway.
Okay, so shall we say may?
I would say may. Yeah, I would say
Okay.
may.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Otherwise, I think it's good.
Anyone else? No. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No.
Okay, so are we ready for a motion?
I move that we adopt the proposed addition of section 10.3 and 10.4 to the, this is the standing committee, no, this is, I'm sorry, the board bylaws, with the change in 10.4 in the first sentence from shall to may.
Okay. Do we have
I'll make a second on that.
Okay, Director Thomas.
I'll no- offer a friendly amendment to that.
Okay,
We also will change the title of item 10, the ad hoc committees, to ad hoc committees and liaison appointments.
right, right.
But that's, I'm sorry, that's already in the proposed change though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't, yeah, motion, but I
Okay.
think that's, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it needs to be an
Okay, yeah.
amendment because it's already on here.
Just want to be sure.
No, that's fine. Ms. Dodson, do you want to do a roll call, please?
Yes. Vice President Gray.
Aye.
Director Farmer.
Aye.
Director Thomas.
Aye.
Director Scott.
Aye.
President Dean.
Aye. Okay, just one more. Okay, this is a proposed addition to the standing committee bylaws, and I just wanted to add a sentence to what's already there under section 1, scope of responsibility 1.1. What I want to add is at the end of what's already there, in order to provide informed and relevant recommendations to the board of directors, the committee members shall attempt to stay current on the issues under discussion by the board of directors. And the reason I'm putting this in there is I have watched quite a few standing committee meetings where it's very obvious that some of the standing committee members have no clue what the board has already done or what they're working on. And this is just a suggestion that I'm not going to direct them how to stay current. I'm not going to say they have to watch meetings or read minutes or, any of that. I'm just requesting that they make an attempt to stay current, to be effective standing committee members as far as what the recommendations they're making. So do we have any comments on this one?
And not only attempt to stay current, but actually do stay current.
No.
Yeah, what says
Yeah.
shall?
I was going to actually suggest slightly different wording, a little more strict, tougher wording, I guess you say, rather than saying shall attempt, I'll say are expected,
Oh,
are
yeah,
expected to stay current.
I like that.
Yeah, I mean, no, members are expected to stay current. Yeah.
Could I say?
Director Scott?
Yes. I would take the first part of that extra sentence out and just make it a straightforward. Committee members are expected to stay current on issues under discussion by the board of directors.
I'm fine with that. Anybody
Yeah.
else?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Because, and I do want to underscore that this is really the responsibility of the chair of the committee. At the beginning of the committee meeting, there's always what is it, chair report or something like that. I think that chair report needs to be comprehensive about any actions, important actions, not every single one, but important actions that the board is taking, so that that becomes a more formal report.
Yeah, well, I agree with that, but also sometimes the committee is talking about things that happened months ago.
Yeah, but but anyway, so
Okay.
yeah.
So the committee members are expected?
Yep.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, do we have public comment on this item?
No.
Okay, does anybody want to make a motion if there's no further discussion?
Oh, go ahead.
I go.
Okay. I'd like to move that we approve the additional 1.1 under section 1 scope of responsibility to include the sentence, the committee members are expected to stay current on the issues under discussion by the board of directors.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Ms. Dodson.
Director Scott,
Aye.
Vice President Gray,
Aye.
Director Thomas,
Aye.
Director Farmer,
Aye.
President Dean.
Aye. Okay, Director Thomas, you had some additions that you wanted us to discuss.
Thank you, President Dean. Basically, three proposals for the board bylaws. With the context that quite often when the director sees an agenda item on the agenda, it may be the first time we realized it was coming, and it's something that has been under development for quite some time, and very often it's past the point where it's too late to consider other alternatives, but one looks at the proposal with the feeling that this may not be the right course of action for Cambrians. And shucks, I wish we would have had a little lead time on this and had been involved since the issue was started. So I would propose an additional paragraph 3.4 stating, for future agenda items likely to be of significant impact, consistent with paragraph 3.1 of these bylaws, the board president shall maintain a list of these significant future agenda items with tentative dates for consideration. In this context, significant impact refers to topics that are likely to generate significant public interest and or likely to benefit by multiple discussions at the board as the issue matures from initiation, generation of alternatives through evaluation and execution. This list shall be posted on the CCSD website. And what I offer below is simply one idea for how that might be done. That's not part of the proposed bylaws, but merely a suggestion for what such a table might look like.
Okay. So we do keep a list of future agenda items. They are notated, recorded in the minutes, and we do agenda reviews 2 to 3 times a month ahead of time. And every one of those future agenda items is brought up and discussed as to whether or not staff is ready with the reports for those agenda items, and whether there's room on the agenda. So trying to put a tentative date in there for consideration of agenda item is a little bit difficult. We have seen in the past when we have department managers propose a tentative date and that tentative date doesn't happen, then the public comes upset and think we're lying. So I want to avoid that situation. But we could say that, you know, a future agenda item possibly in this month or whatever. But we do keep a list. I'm not sure how much work would it be, General Manager McElhaney, to have the list of future agenda items posted as far as agenda items that are significant. Now, a lot of these things that end up on our agenda, especially the consent agenda, are actually things that the staff puts on there. the regular business things are more things that we have proposed, or, you know, once we've done something like we're going to have a resolution, that might end up on a consent agenda. But how difficult would it be for future agenda items for both board meetings and standing committee meetings? Because I know he's going to bring this up for standing committees too. So sorry. How much extra work would it be for this to be done?
How would I put this delicately?
Just say it.
It is a significant amount of work. You know, it's a race when we have back-to-back board meetings. You know, for instance, Mrs. Dodson and myself are going to be working on posting the agenda tonight. And then when those changes come in, obviously, you know, the staff is racing to get these staff reports in under normal circumstances. We can work on figuring out a way to get ahead, so we're not always working behind in terms of getting some of those agenda items posted earlier. I also can let Mrs. Fritz speak because she prepares a lot of those staff reports, and I don't want to speak for them specifically. If Mr. D'Anzo is still on Zoom, he can speak to it as well as how hard that would be.
Okay, you want Ms. Fritz to speak first?
Candidly.
And the ask is to have them prepared sooner or just have them posted sooner?
Right, no, the ask is really when you open up some email and you say, oh, here's something new coming in. You have a chat with your staff, you have a chat with the general manager, and you say, we're going to need to start working on this. This is something new that's come in that we're going to need to bring to the board in 6 months or a year or whenever. Let's start working on it. And there's a natural tendency to want to bring to the board the finished staff work when it's finished. And wait till we have the final solution, and here it comes for, let's vote on it. Now, what I'm suggesting is that, you know, when you see something forming of that nature, that's a really good time to get that, you know, issue kind of on the radar, so that we don't end up with this train wreck where we have a proposal come to the board, and, you know, we wish we had able to go back the year or whatever time it was that staff has been working on it and say, let's get the input we need on the alternatives that are going to be considered, so that we don't end up at the deadline and have to get kicked back.
So, and of course, I've been here not that long, and so I'm getting used to the agenda process. And I would say most items that I see that come to me come through the agenda review process with the board and the general manager. And there are those consent items that are typically, I'm now finding there's a rhythm, right? Every year there's a rhythm to these. And I don't think that you're talking about those items. So I'd like to just like maybe take an example of, let's say, the Stewart Street tank. At some point in time, you all spoke about this as a project, meaning the district in total. So, and we see it as part of the strategic plan. And so we're updating, in some ways, we're updating through that process, right, where we are, because it's not really ready to be formulated on a staff report yet. So I'm just trying to think and just maybe throw an example out there of a project of like, how would we handle that? Or how could we better maybe inform you as a board member and the public? And maybe it's more of a process of feedback, because we're not ready to put that forward in a specific staff report yet. So I'd need more time and consideration, but I'm just putting it out there as an example, as I think of something that you're trying to indicate might need some lead time or.
Okay, so another example might be the solid waste disposal proposal that was brought to the board mid-year last year. And At the time of the public hearing, there was a fair bit of concern about the alternatives that had been considered at that meeting. And it was a bit contentious, but during that meeting, several alternatives were offered by the public. And the board sitting there, not being able to say, we have been working on this for many months. Here are all the alternatives that were considered. Here's all the work we've done to best serve the community of Cambria. It was simply, here's the proposal. So that created a contentious situation that was totally unnecessary.
I might say that waste issue had been brought to the board prior to that several times.
Yeah.
And yes, and the public didn't pay attention to it, some of them, until that actual Prop 218 came out, where the hearing was noticed. But it was discussed at the board level several times before we got to the Prop 218 hearing. You said Mr. D'Enzo was on there. You know, Mr. D'Enzo, when we're talking about those types of projects, does an engineering report every month in his utilities report that states the status of all of the things that the utilities department is doing in water and wastewater and engineering. And so those things are brought to the board once a month in the agenda reports.
And
So does he want to speak?
I'm not sure if he's still on, but I'm sure he would. And I think I would like to frame this a little bit to address the actual question of, can we get you some more information earlier because of, as Director Thomas put it, train wrecks that have come before the board. And what I really like in this new Article 8 is the framework that has been created in the committee bylaws, going backwards. That framework would be something that I could use as a general manager that would be applied to agenda items that would give the answers that I believe Director Thomas is talking about in terms of alternatives. Page 112, excuse me. And that framework that's been created there in your bylaws, I want to actually steal that, and I will cite you as creating it and give you credit there. But I'd like to steal that as a general manager in terms of our decision-making for items that are about to go before the board. So some of those issues in terms of things that did not flow well because we didn't analyze our alternatives, we weren't thinking about the action item being properly framed. If I'm doing this as a general manager ahead of the board presentation, I can answer that, right? These items that come before you can be answered in that framework.
Okay.
And I think that perhaps could prevent some of the issues that we have coming before the board. I'm not opposed to getting agenda items posted a little bit earlier. But if part of the reason about those items being presented earlier is because they have not been framed correctly, alternatives correctly framed, then that's on me as a general manager. And I think I can fix that with some of these, actually some of the decision-making processes that you put within your own bylaws. I'll adopt those as a general manager in the staff side of the house.
Okay, so is Mr. D'Enzo on there or?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
So I have a lot of opinions on this, but my talking voice is fading. So I do in our utilities department, we do have the advantage of bringing issues before our R&I committee so that the issues aren't the issues are somewhat well vetted before it goes to the board. And that's one of my that's the reason why I do I do really love our R&I committee. And sometimes it doesn't just go there, but those same issues get passed along into our finance committee because a lot of that is also tied to finance. But if the issue is will all of these issues be vetted prior to board action being taken? I think that's really the question here. It's not so much that should we post 2 days earlier, 3 days earlier. I still think that I don't think that'll solve the problem, but I think that if there's a way, very similarly like what we do in our utilities issues, we bring them before our committees so that it does have an opportunity to be publicly vetted, and it's not going to be, sprung on the board, right the date, a couple of days before the board meeting happens. I don't know if that can be, there are issues like, like the garbage issue that really didn't have its own committee, attached to it. So there wasn't an opportunity for that to be vetted publicly prior to board action. But I somehow think that those are exceptions to the rule. But anyway, those are my opinions on this.
Okay, so I have a suggestion too, if I may.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So when we do future agenda items, okay, and when we put the agenda packet out, can we put a note on there of upcoming agenda items that have already been proposed? So we have a list of pending agenda items and then newly requested agenda items. Would that help? So that on the agenda itself at the bottom, you could put upcoming agenda items or pending agenda items following the opportunity to put future agenda items on here.
I think that's.
So there's agenda items that are pending, that haven't gotten on the agenda yet, in addition to people being able to give us new future agenda items.
I think that's doable. Is there a scope of time when we're looking forward to agenda items?
So that's what I see as the problem.
Yeah.
Is
2-month window typically now, right?
Yeah, because we're looking at agendas 4 meetings ahead.
Mhm.
So this morning when we did agenda review, we did today's meeting, next week's meeting, and both meetings in June. And sometimes we go one more meeting past that. So all of these things have to be discussed in order to make sure all the staff reports and needed information is available to get it on the agenda. And for example, for next week's agenda, it's posted when we're done today. So there's no opportunity to add things to this one for next week at this point.
That's brilliant. And what I'm trying to do is, I mean, if I'm driving and I'm leaving lots of room in front of me, but the amount of time sometimes between we get the agenda packet and the meeting, there really isn't enough time to give proper consideration of things. So if we have at least, and maybe I'm asking for 10 seconds following distance, if I can at least get 3 seconds of following distance. In other words, if we're out 2 or 3 months, here's what we know is coming. That's all I'm asking. Yeah, that would take us a long way towards having a long range view.
Vice President Gray.
Thank you, President Dean. Yeah, this is a very constructive discussion we're having. I think Mr. Dienzo kind of hit the nail on the head though when he talked about the standing committees, because no one's, well, he's the one who said there's sort of a solution to the problem that hasn't maybe been fully properly exploited yet. Because the idea, the whole point of the standing committees, to my mind, is to indeed slow things down for deliberation, give them a first look before the board gets it, and I think that works very well where they're used. R&I, does a lot of work on things that go before the board, and finance, we're in a position to probably take any significant impact proposal that has anything to do with money would go to the finance committee, and it should. And I think up till now, I don't know if the board has been using the committees quite as much as it could.
You guys need to extend the meeting.
Could I,
Okay, it is 4 o'clock now, so can I just interrupt you just for a minute to extend the meeting to 4:30?
yes, thank you. I was going to do that actually.
Okay.
And also Tim Carmel has his hand up, so whenever you guys are ready to hear from him.
Okay,
Yeah, I
Mr.
just,
Let's let Tom
yeah, I
finish
just
his
remember-
sentence.
I think my general reaction to this is that there are ways to solve the problem that's being addressed in both of these. And I really appreciate Mr. McElhenney's, sort of, pledge to adopt a decision-making template like that in his work or in staff work, because I think that's the answer to that situation. It's not so much by the time we vote on it, most of that work should have been done, and we should be presented with a sort of the best problem, the staff's idea of the best possibility. But on the issue of the future agenda items, I think we should be making more use of the standing committees. And I think most of these problems would be dealt with if we did more referrals and those extra meetings.
Okay, Mr. Carmel had something he wanted to say.
I just wanted to remind you to extend, so.
Oh,
I have,
Director Scott.
yeah, thank you, Madam President. I started talking about this when I first got on the board, like during the first few meetings. And what would be really helpful for me is that when you all give your staff reports, you talk about what's coming up so that we don't all of a sudden receive information. Okay, you guys have to make this decision. I mean, for instance, for me, an example of that would be when we had to make a decision about a fire engine. And all of a sudden I asked, when does this quote expire? And the answer was tomorrow. And we didn't have any warning about that. So when you do your staff reports, and you wouldn't have to put it in your staff reports, but you could do upcoming issues or upcoming something in your staff report so that we knew what was coming up. And maybe even at that point, we could ask questions or we could suggest making sure that we have. I think one time we said, well, no, we're not going to make a decision on this. I think it was the water meter thing because we don't have 3 quotes. So if we would get that information earlier from you all during your staff reports, I mean, we've had staff reports where you said, well, here's the report. Do you have any questions?
Mm-hmm.
We've had that before. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Not anybody here, but.
Okay, so if I can.
Well, can I just finish?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thought you were-
Okay, so, and then when you make your board packets, when we actually have to make a decision, tell us the history of what you went through, which is exactly what the new general manager is talking about. Show us how you made those decisions, but let us know ahead of time as part of your reports.
I will begin constructing that type of template and future items. And I'll consult with staff and see how we can make those staff reports
Okay.
a bit clearer.
I think this is more of a procedural item for the general manager and the staff rather than a bylaw for the board. If that's,
I agree.
If that's all right,
I agree.
Director Thomas. And you have the same thing in here for the standing committee ones, I believe. Yeah. So what we're talking about, I think it sounds like the general manager and the staff is going to take care of. And I think it's more a procedural thing than an actual bylaw for the board or for the standing committee, because it's the general manager and the staff that have to do this.
And
Is
again, I think it's a great framework and product, excuse me, for us to bring to you better prepared
Yes.
items. And I
Yes.
think that comes from an operational perspective and allows us to bring you well thought out, well constructed, and well researched items using the framework that you've placed in your bylaws.
Okay, Vice President Gray, you had your light on?
Yeah, I agree. I was wanting to agree with President Dean on that. I think we're talking about, well, 2 things I think. One is the quality of staff reports, the depth of staff reports. I think we're all sort of saying that need to be raised to another level. And there's been some neglect of that in the past. And getting back to my point about the committees, I do think that certain proposals which are of significance long-term significance especially, but also the case of the garbage fees. There should have been a referral to some committee of that prior to going to the board, even for the first time. And also, though, people have to, if things do go to committees, we all have to follow those committees to know what's being done, because there are reports that are quite extensive being done, especially in President Dean's committee on, and there'll be a report on the preliminary budget in our committee that will be very illuminating. And we all, all the board members should keep up with those as part of the information flow.
Okay.
Good suggestions, and I think the objective, what I'm trying to achieve is the board having a longer range view, and not having to immediately react to things with 3-day cycle time. So the suggestion that each department have a range of upcoming issues is a great way to solve this. It's a great first step, and let's see how that goes as an operational issue. So I think I'd like to move to the next item.
Okay, and go ahead. But on your next item, General Manager McElhaney brought this up.
Oh, I heard.
On your 6 points of decision-making.
Yes.
These are all things that I think the general manager is willing to incorporate into his overview of all the staff reports, in making sure all of these bullet points you have listed here come out in those staff reports. All of that information comes out in the staff reports. So I think this is something that's the general manager's responsibility in overseeing the information that we are getting, so that all 6 of these points you've put on here are things that the general manager makes sure that we have. Does that make any sense? It's same for both standing committee and bylaws.
That's a good question, and it to me it gets you halfway there. It gets you the halfway there that a bit of a story. A company back in the 80s that thought it was world class in its project execution had a benchmarking company come visit, basically explaining that, well, you actually are fourth quartile, in other words, on the bottom of the barrel in your project execution, and it's because of your executive decision-making practices. So little by little, the company worked towards establishing decision-making practices that all executives were trained throughout the company, and also all the project teams and operating units. But the primary, those operating units where the management team didn't get the decision-making practices or didn't follow it rigorously, basically didn't get there. And the reason I would see this as a board responsibility is that we're often ready to say, let's make a motion. And I think for issues that are significant, before we vote on something, we ought to ask, does anyone see any information gaps that, or are there other alternatives that haven't been considered? Or in other words, the decision-making team to which the operating unit reported for big decisions would review this prior to making that decision, and the insights were really valuable. So I probably should have gone in the other order. I put them in the order I did simply because the future agenda items would land in Article 3. The decision making would land later in the bylaws. But I would propose that yes, I mean the General Manager McElhaney's commitment to adopt this, I'm pumped. That's awesome, and again, that gets us halfway there. But if we don't get it, it only gets us halfway there, and halfway there doesn't get us anywhere. So I think it's also our accountability to the voters to make good decisions. And I don't know if any of you have clicked on this, but it would be insightful perhaps if you go to Wikipedia and just type in decision quality, you'll find a body of knowledge which, kind of boils down to these practices. So I would offer this as a useful practice for our board, that if we do adopt, we're much better able to be accountable and serve Cambria.
Any comments? Director Farmer?
I would, it's a funny thing, prior to, in reading this, I was thinking, well, Director Thomas comes from a corporate background, of professionals that have to answer to like stockholders, shareholders, whatever you want to call them, whereas we're elected officials who happen to live in a community, and we basically ran for office to serve the community that we live in. And in reading these 6 points, I'm thinking to myself, I'd like to believe that we already do this, especially now that we have this quality board here. That's not necessarily a reflection on previous boards. But I'd like to think that for the most part, we already do what is being recommended by Director Thomas. So I felt like, well, we don't really need this. But now that I'm hearing you say that our new general manager feels like this is a great idea, just to put the stamp on doing the best job possible as a board, then I'm just going to concur with that. And I do want to say that this is a really good board. And just the fact that we've been having these discussions here on various bylaws suggests the quality of the sport itself. Thank you.
Vice President Gray?
Yeah, I agree. I agree. We have a great board, and I do think the list of questions you need to ask before you make a decision is a very good one. I don't know if we have to go to the point of putting a checklist before us for every motion or resolution, which seems like it's too much. I think we need to internalize these as board members, just doing our jobs properly. And I think and I think as Dr. Thomas was saying also about having people at all levels of staff also kind of follow this sort of rule. I have to see how that works without putting something in the bylaws that probably would be suspended a lot, because just simply in the interest of time. We don't want to have something there that's going to be kind of given lip service to or whatever. It's not going to be that real. And if we are doing our jobs properly, I don't think we need this in the bylaws. I would see how it works. I do think with one thing we can do, and this is more informal at this point, but this is something like a goal for the evaluation of the general manager. If we are serious about it, we'll make it something that we want this system to be put into place in staff, and that's something we can talk to among ourselves about and to the general manager about. But I think that's as far as I go with it at this point. I wouldn't put it in the bylaws.
These are good points to put in the evaluation of a general manager and how he oversees the staff reports. It is a good, yeah. Director Scott?
Yes, Madam President, I do have on page 110, where it says scope of ad hoc committee assignments. I really like the proposed wording because I think that would be helpful for some ad hoc committees to be able to come prior to their final report to get feedback from the board. So this proposed wording, I think, is really good.
Okay, we haven't finished the decision-making one yet.
Well, yeah.
So,
well, yes.
Well, thank you thank you for that. And it may be that this is DOA, and I don't mean delegation of authority, but I want to just challenge a couple points that have been made. The concept that I think we're already doing this. My observation is that we're not. We are definitely not consistently doing this. The sense that we use this as a kind of a guiding compass. if you're not going to practice it, you're not going to get good at it. And this took some training. I mean, we had programs around the world training executives for several years, and it did take some time. But what we found is that once you start doing it, darn it, it's pretty easy. The questions are straightforward, but you're only going to do it if you're committed to doing it and you do it consistently. And as the wording is said here, for approving the monthly expenditures report. No. Are we going to use the DQ process? No. Where are we going to use this? And it is for those big items. And so it's obvious.
It says required to take a vote by the board on any motion or resolution. So we have to, I think we do have to go back, maybe take this back to the drawing board a little bit before we do anything. Also, I think, see how it works, see how the uptake on the staff level is on it. That's my thinking.
Director Farmer?
I just want to quickly say what Vice President Gray said a little while ago about the most important thing is that we as board members internalize this and come from that place as being a more productive functioning board member. And to me, that's the most important thing. We don't need to go through a checklist at each agenda item necessarily, but we need to be responsible for making sure we cover these just in general practice.
Okay, does anybody want to make a motion to put these in the bylaws or not?
I think clearly there's not enough energy for these first two suggestions.
Okay.
So let's take the general manager up on his offer. And as Director Scott has suggested, let's discuss the scope of ad hoc committee assignments.
Just before closing out the topic, the same will apply to the standing committee versions of these too. Okay.
Yeah.
We're not there yet, but obviously,
Well, you've got the
we're gonna
same
role
thing in
model.
both, so we're discussing both
Of course.
basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
If we're not going to role model this at the board, we're definitely not going to ask the
No.
standing committees to do what we're not going to commit to do. But let's move to the scope of ad hoc committee assignments. Director Scott, you were saying.
Yes, may I speak?
Yes.
Okay. So my sense is that, we ask for the ad hoc committee reports, but it would be really helpful as being one member of the an ad hoc committee, whether that I could get feedback during that process. And so I think this is, now, do we have to have it in the bylaws? Maybe not. But I think that adding that potential or that possibility of ad hoc committees coming to the board prior to a final report would be really helpful in my work.
Okay, Mr. Carmel, would you please explain to all of us how an ad hoc committee is supposed to work?
Certainly. An ad hoc committee is given a very defined assignment, very specific, and it's supposed to create a report in a short time frame. Otherwise, it becomes essentially a standing committee if it has continuing subject matter jurisdiction. The committee itself is two people, and they're supposed to come up with a report between them that they agree on. Historically, that's what an ad hoc committee does. And the one sentence here that I find odd is the last sentence, which essentially says you bring back recommendations from both members of the committee plus recommendations from the committee itself, and you look at all of them. I've never actually seen that.
Okay, so in my past experience, an ad hoc committee brings back a report that is a consensus of the ad hoc committee and is a recommendation, and then that is discussed on the board level or standing committee level, depending on what the ad hoc committee is for. If there are some things that a member of the ad hoc committee wants that they do not reach a consensus on, they do exactly what we're doing now. You propose it as a future agenda item, we bring it up and we discuss it. So that is the way that we handled it this time.
Yeah, and that works for me.
And I think this is the way to do it. To stop in the middle of an ad hoc committee assignment, come to the board, ask for information and go back. You might as well just bring us what you've agreed
Right.
on, and then it becomes a full board discussion.
Right.
If we have an ad hoc committee that cannot get along and cannot come up with a consensus of anything, then that becomes a full board discussion. Does that make sense, Mr. Carmel?
It does make sense to me.
Okay, so
Could I
Very,
ask
very
one-
useful
could I-
to have,
could I-
have the time to
Yeah.
discuss these issues.
Could
So
I have
thank
a
you for that.
question? I'd have a question about that. So what happened here with the changes to the bylaws?
mhm.
Has that ever happened before where people came back and said, well, we couldn't agree on such and
No.
that's never that
No.
and that's where I'm coming from.
No, it has not.
Okay.
And so in this case, what was brought back from the ad hoc committee was the recommendations that they reached a consensus on.
Mhm.
And the items that they did not reach a consensus on were made a future agenda item to discuss. And I think that is the way we should handle it in the future.
And they were, and I would note they were made a future agenda items at the request of one of the ad hoc committee members. That wasn't an ad hoc committee action itself. It was one of the members. That's the way it should be, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
any board member can request that something be put on the agenda for discussion. So I think we're handling it the right way here. Is that acceptable to you, Director Thomas? Because you brought this forward.
Yes, absolutely. And as I said earlier, very insightful, the discussion that's ensued from this. So I appreciate having the opportunity to get everyone's points of view, because without this setting, we don't have the opportunity to do that. So thank you.
Okay, it's 20 after, and we have several more agenda items to go. Do we want to go ahead and say 5 o'clock? Is that okay, Mr. Carmel?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, so do we have a consensus to go ahead and move to 5 o'clock? Does anybody?
Sure.
Okay.
Fine.
Okay, so are we done with this agenda item then? Okay,
My view.
where are we?
7C, I think.
7C, this is.
We made it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Item 7C, Madam President. Discussion and consideration of adoption of resolution 27-2023, adopting the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan. Staff recommends that the Board of Directors discuss and consider adoption of resolution 27-2023, adopting the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan, and authorize the general manager to make minor non-substantive changes to the MJHMP as necessary or appropriate as it moves through the approval process. This is being presented to the board for consideration and has been developed to meet the requirements of the Federal Disaster Mitigation Act of 2000. And some of those acts, which I'll let the chief speak on, require this act from local, county, and tribal governments for funding, grant funding, and mitigation funding before and prior to and after natural disasters. And before I hand it over to the chief, this document has been prepared by an organization in 2017. We are adopting it, tweaking it, and the chief has been under an incredible amount of time crunch because there's some dates and that we need to meet. And it does have some grammatical and structure errors within the document. And we are working closely with the chief, and because that portion of it, the resolution allows for these minor substantial changes that don't have to come back to the board. You will see some errors and some structural, especially as our English majors will clue in and key into that, as have I. And so we're working on those edits. As we
So
speak.
do any of those edits make any substantial difference in the meaning of the document? Are they all basically words, the wrong word used, or spelling or punctuation or formation of paragraphs?
Correction.
So nothing
Correct.
that changes the intent of the document?
Correct.
Okay.
But I want to make that note because I'm sure
Okay.
some people have seen those, and it's a work in progress. It's a
Okay,
working
well,
document.
we could probably go ahead and pass this with allowing you to make those minor and non-substantial changes, but did you want Chief Vincent to bring this?
Madam President, Board. So this is from your strategic plan, the hazard mitigation plan for Cambria Community Service District, as well as Cambria Healthcare District. The background of this is in 2017, well, actually about 2015 and 2016, Cambria CSD paid a consultant to come in, do a large community project in making the recommendations that you see in this hazard mitigation plan. Me coming in November, I tried to make this a priority as we have pending grants that require us to have an updated hazard mitigation plan. Hazard mitigation plan typically takes 18 months to 2 years to complete and usually costs between 30 and 50,000. So the route of which I took with this is to do an update to our existing plan. Very interesting, as we were now able to find a lot of grammatical or formatting errors. Those actually were errors passed in the 2017 by this board, the state of California, FEMA. And so we're actually going back and fixing 2017 errors. These aren't new errors that I made, just for ones that honestly I didn't catch as I tried to update all of our data to be the newest data available. To get this data, we had to work with the school district. We had to work with the healthcare district, getting their response data. We had to do the new census has come out. So there's just a lot of updating of data, but our hazards haven't changed. And we've actually seen these hazards in the last 3 to 4 months from flooding. And so it's really not a shock. And you've probably in some of my staff reports seen me refer back to this document because it is a working document. So as the general manager did state, we have identified several little things from a page number or of that nature. And we made sure we put in this line that allows the general manager to make minor and non-substantive changes to the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan. And why this is also important is this plan has to go before the healthcare district. And if they find something that they want to adjust, we'll need to adjust it and without having to now bring it back to you. Then it has to go to the county. And if they find something they want to adjust, it's not substantial, then we just don't want to have to come back and forth. Overall, this is a really good plan. The hazards are the same, the risks are the same, and the data has been updated, and it is a great working document for us as we move forward. It is about 300 pages, so it is substantial, but if you have the time, definitely go to the sections that interest you. I know I gave a presentation on earthquakes. A lot of that information can be found in here. And giving presentations on the purchase and need for a Type 5 fire engine that was actually identified in 2017 in this document. So this has been a great community document that was, and if you saw everybody that was in this, all the different committees who were involved in creating it, very important. Just to note for moving, we've talked about the history, moving forward, the plan is to hop in with the County of San Luis. We're the only CSD that did not go in with San Luis Obispo County for the hazard mitigation plan for countywide. In the future, I believe 2025 is when theirs is up and due. And they have definitely offered, I've spoken to OES and that we'll hop in as they're going to start their process, their 18-month process in the next 6 months so that we don't have to come out of pocket for a new one in 5 years. It'll be covered under the county's funding and we would just be an annex. It would look very similar to this, but we are an annex in the bigger plan for the entire county because we don't live in a bubble. And so I think that's going to be how we move forward, but it's very important that we get this approved because there is pending grant funding that expects that we have this and we're 1 year expired already.
Okay. See, Director Scott.
Yes. Are you suggesting that you don't think we read all 300 pages?
Yes.
I did.
Oh, wow.
Not as thoroughly as I probably should have. The only thing that I was wanting to ask was, how do we know which parts of it you updated?
As far as what was updated was the numbers. So if you look through the sections where it's talking about the risks and the hazards, that was from the last, we went through we identified that the risks and the hazards did not change in the last 6 years. So all of that is boilerplate. What is updated is anything that there is a number or statistic next to. Those were either verified to still be true or they were updated.
Yeah, because there's things that are highlighted, like on page 176, there's a pink highlight, and then there are some other yellow highlights, and I was wondering what that meant.
Let me go to that page.
Yeah, page 134.
Yeah, 157.
176. You know what? I think these are some of the operational working notes that went back and forth with the Cambria Healthcare District as we were working to identify things that may or may not need to be changed. That highlight would end up coming out.
So that's not substantive.
Everything's substantive, but that's the highlight itself is not something that was for the board attention to be drawn to.
Okay, thank you.
Well, the colorful highlighting did draw our attention. Director Farmer.
Yes, thank you, President Dean. I'm not going to get into why, well, I've been moving recently, like earlier this week, and I haven't had a chance to really digest this document, but I just want to make a suggestion. Under hazards, we have wildfire. And obviously the health of the forest in our community is really important because we basically live in the forest. And I understand that mostly with regard to addressing the potential for wildfire, the agencies such as CAL FIRE are relied upon, maybe the California Department of Forestry and so forth. I would like to recommend that we, the district, pursue hiring a forest ecologist because the health of this forest, and obviously it's very tenuous because of drought. I think it's really important to have someone, how could we say it, with a voice that is independent from CAL FIRE and other agencies that we rely on for them to assess the health of our forest and how to how could we say address the problems that exist that and addressing this problem from a different viewpoint than we're used to. I know that Green Space has hoped for hiring a forest manager or a forest ecologist for our community, and I feel like that should be part of the direction that we move in addressing the potential for wildfire is having, well, I don't need to be redundant, so I hope what I just said makes some sense. Thank you.
Yeah, I can definitely speak to that a little bit. I think those are, so the overlying purpose of the hazard mitigation plan is really comes back as for FEMA funding. And it's to either prevent or it's to fund an action after an emergency. I'm not sure that that concept is correct for the hazard mitigation plan, but definitely is correct for Cambria. And so it's definitely within this board's purview to look at positions and needs for the community, and the community also being not just the people, but the environment. But this is the hazard mitigation plan is more for FEMA response to a hazard versus the health of our forest. And so I think you're 100% accurate in having somebody look at the ecology of our forest. But when you think of this document, think of this as a FEMA document and in that realm of processes.
Okay, so it's not necessarily preventative maintenance. It's taking care of the problem after it's already occurred.
Yeah, there is a little aspect of preventative maintenance. If you know that you have flooding in a certain section and your project to address that flooding is going to be to place a group of houses on stilts, you could apply for a grant through FEMA to place those houses on stilts. We wouldn't be able to apply for a grant through FEMA to pay for a forest ecologist to work with us to keep a healthy forest to prevent a fire. That would be a little bit outside the realm of what this act and the hazard mitigation plan is looking for. That's something we could take on if that was the board's choice.
All right, well, I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Gray.
Thank you, President Dean. I had a couple of questions. One's on just the nature of substantial versus insubstantial errors. And this is for Tim. This might be from Mr. Carmel. I do notice a few factual errors in the background discussion. Like there's one, in, I think it's on page 232 under development trend analysis. There's a reference, for instance, in the last paragraph, commercial connections which are limited 20% to 20% of the residential water allocation in a given year. That seems to be a somewhat garbled version of what the Coastal Commission says, where they have to be at least 20% of total usage or whatever. Things like that. And their background, in the background information, there are certain small errors like that. I want to know if those rise to the level of stuff we have to deal with now, or it can be dealt with in the editing.
I think you could delegate those to the general manager. You know, the term non-substantive is fairly subjective. So there's a little bit of leeway in there. But I don't think there's a need to go through the document line by line here based on what the general manager and fire chief have indicated.
Okay, thank you. And just a quick comment for the benefit, Director Farmer, I did look on page 243. And one of the many mitigation actions that are listed to pursue the goal of minimizing level of damage and losses to people in wildland fires is implement the Cambria Forest Management Plan and pursue funding to hire a professional forest ecologist to manage the forest. So it's in there still. It's been there a long time. It's still there.
Thank you. And as I said, I just hadn't had the opportunity for obvious reason I mentioned. Thank you.
Okay, Director Thomas.
So what I'm, by your statement of planning to make some changes, are you inviting input over the next week or two for us to provide as we, have flagged, issues like Vice President Gray and I have pointed out? Are you inviting input? And if so we don't inconvenience you, kind of give us a drop dead date so that we don't mess you up.
Yeah, I'll defer to Chief Vincent as far as the date goes, but I think we would welcome some changes, some suggestions that are not creating, that approach that subjective word of substantive, that maybe we don't ride the lightning on that term, so to speak, and that we keep it pretty minor. But I think absolutely we'd be open to those changes. But, I'll let Chief speak to, what his deadline is so we can move this forward.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is definitely a priority to get done as far as grant funding is relying upon this. If you could get this to me in the next week and a half, it would be great. As soon as it's passed here, it's going to go to the CCHD for them to bring to their board. And I'm not sure when their next board meeting is or when this will be agendized, but I would assume there's going to be somebody there that's going to catch something else. And we may again have the general manager. So there's going to be lots of levels of input. If you came up with something a month from now, I'm sure we'd still have to change something because it's going to be going through the process with the county and then the state and then the federal government. So if you could prioritize in the next week, it'd be nice. But if you see something 2-3 weeks from now, it's still not a problem for us to make those small adjustments, as this process will be going through all the way to the federal government, and that will take months.
The bottom line is you need us to pass this resolution today, and then we'll trust you to make the non-substantive changes.
Yes, if you see something just crazy substantial, please call it out. But we're really just using the boilerplate from 2017.
Okay, Vice President Gray.
Yeah, I don't know if we do we need public comment, because I'd like to make a motion, but.
Is there any public comment on this item?
Yes, we do. Jeff Wilson.
Okay, Mr. Wilson.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much, and I appreciate Director Farmer bringing the forest ecology subject out, and I appreciate Vice President Gray's reference to the plan, specifically mitigation action 5.3A, which is the one that he referenced, which is great. It is in there. What's the problem is in the 2023 updated action items, mitigation action item 5.3A has removed the pursuit of hiring a professional forest ecologist to manage the forest. It simply says implement Cambria Forest Management Plan. For you guys to reference, that's on page 258 of your agenda packet. Again, this is the 2023 action items, 5.3A, and you will see it's forest management plan only. My strong recommendation, and sorry, introducing myself, Jeff Wilson, I'm speaking as a board member for Green Space here. My strong recommendation is in the spirit of the mitigation plan that language relative to forest ecologist be added into the 2023 action plan mitigation action. I hope that makes sense. And we at Green Space certainly welcome the opportunity to work with Chief Vincent and any others on the board as hopefully that aspect of the mitigation is when the timing is right to assist in that pursuit. Thank you very much.
He was on page 258. Okay.
So just to speak to that again very quickly, some of these items in here are really good ideas for this board and in the board's purview. When it comes to FEMA, you could easily say that we should have a fire marshal, and it's not something that FEMA is going to pay for because it's in our hazard mitigation plan. Before or after a fire, they're not going to pay for a full-time forest ecologist. And so this document really is for a FEMA submission. It doesn't take away from the board's purview to want to look into positions, but it doesn't need to be codified in the hazard mitigation plan to secure funding for that. This FEMA's not going to pay for that.
Okay. Vice President Gray.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that I'll sort of word this. Yeah, keep it simple, that we adopt by resolution 27, 2023, the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Dotson.
Vice President Gray, Director Scott,
Aye, yeah.
Director Thomas,
Aye.
Director Farmer,
Yeah, I think I'm going to abstain only because I really didn't have the opportunity to really digest this document. So there we are. Thank you.
President Dean.
Aye. So we have 4 ayes and 1 abstention by Director Farmer.
Madam President, sorry to interrupt. I think you need to add to that motion authorizing the general manager to make the minor non-substantive changes to the plan as necessary or appropriate. It's not in the resolution, but it should be included in the motion.
Okay, shall you restate?
Restate the motion. I move that the board adopt resolution 27, 2023, or sorry, adopt resolution 27, 2023, adopting the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan and instruct the general manager to make any necessary non-substantive changes to the document.
Second.
Does that cover it, Mr. Carmel?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good.
Okay, let's do roll call.
Vice President Gray.
Aye.
Director Scott.
Aye.
Director Thomas.
Aye.
Director Farmer.
I'll still abstain. Thank you.
President Dean.
Aye. That's 4 ayes and 1 abstention by Director Farmer. Okay. We have 15 minutes left for all the rest of the agenda items. So agenda item 7E, would you like to introduce that agenda item, Mr. McElhaney?
Excuse me, I'm looking at my folder here and I do not have 7E. Thank you. All right. Agenda item 7E, discussion and consideration of San Simeon Community Service District's use of the Veterans Memorial Building. Staff recommends that the staff of directors discuss and consider the San Simeon Community Services District's continued use of the Cambria Veterans Memorial Building for their board and committee meetings. The CSD reached out to our CCSD staff late in February this year to request the use of our Veterans Memorial Building for their board committee meetings. Their site in San Simeon is no longer available for their board meetings, and they're in dire need of an alternative space. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, I see that we do have some. We've already done item 7D. I'm sorry, I got a public records request. We've already passed that item.
7D was the one we moved up to the top regarding mission.
Yeah, we
county
did that
disposal.
quite a while ago.
Mhm.
Okay, I see that we do have some agreements in here. And that there has been an agreement that needs to be signed to complete the year of allowing them to use our Vets Hall for the meetings. I do have some questions. I would like to know if this requires any of our own staff time for setting up and taking down the tables, and who unlocks and locks the building at the end. Does this involve our staff time?
It is mine. Do you want?
I think this was addressed last time. It does not take our staff time, and they are provided as all Vets Hall people who contract with us and use the Vets Hall. They have an electronic key code to get into the building, so there's no need to have staff come and lock and unlock the building.
Okay, I'm asking this question because I attended the meeting in person the last time and Mr. Mendoza was here. And so I was wondering if he was here in order to put the tables away and lock up the building.
I mean, he would have to answer that. I think last time he stated that his staff was not, him or his staff was not taking down or setting up. And I know
Okay.
that he doesn't have to lock the building.
Okay. Okay, do we have any questions from the board? And then I know we have public comment.
I had one question, actually. Deborah Scott. Yeah, Deborah.
Yes, please.
Director Scott.
Yes, Madam President, thank you. I would like to know what they're doing to find another place that is within their jurisdiction.
I spoke with Mr. Donahue earlier. He's ready to speak on that, but they are working on it, but it is a struggle. And so we've engaged in dialogue on how much longer that process is going to take. And I think it's unknown, but I believe he could speak to that.
Okay. Mr. Donahue? Oh, did you want to?
Well, if it's, I can take it after. I can ask a question afterwards.
San Simeon Community Service District Board Director, Michael Donahue. Thank you for having us. And I agree with all the other stuff. That's a really wonderful board. You guys are doing great. And I want to also thank Director Thomas. I think I'm going to take some of his suggestions to our board with regard to putting agenda items in the pipeline. I think that was I needed to hear that. That was really, that could be very helpful. Back to the Vets Hall, we're really in a pickle. We've done our work trying to find something that's compliant with the American Disabilities Act and can accommodate the people. And we're really coming up short. It seems to me that this could be a long-term process with us having to acquire a building or acquire land and build. So this time is valuable. We are in kind of an emergency situation on a number of different levels. We only have 3 board directors now. We're looking for a new general manager. It's a dicey time. And I want to also take this moment to thank you guys again for coming to our rescue and our water emergency. We would have run out of water. if it wasn't for Cambria. So thank you again. So you're coming to this Betts Hall is kind of a similar emergency. Our board we would have to go down the road even further. So there doesn't seem to be any immediate solutions to not that I'm aware of in San Simeon that would fit the bill. So anyway, on another little topic with the San Simeon Community Service District, especially during this time of great change and in our district, having kind of an emergency mutual aid agreement, I think it would be really wise. I would really like to see the same courtesy that Cambria give to us give to you guys. If ever you have a water emergency or other similar emergencies, it would be locked in. It would be an agreement. For future board. I don't know what the future is, but I would like to really codify an emergency agreement of aid if the shoe's on the other foot. Whatever board is, you guys really came to our aid and are coming to our aid right now by allowing us this building. So I wish we could make this really formal to do the same, to reciprocate. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. I do want to mention that I did send your vice chair several dates that we could get together and discuss the proposed mutual aid, and I never heard back.
Well,
on a date.
I'll talk to her. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about that, but I think, yes, Jacqueline would be the person, and she's easy to work with.
It was Karina Tawana that.
Oh,
was
Karina.
gonna- You guys,
Okay.
you guys nominated her to work with us, and she was the person.
She's
who
now the
gave it.
chair.
Yeah.
So I was confused. And Jacqueline's the vice chair. So, yeah, Karina is on a break, on vacation. That's why we had to reschedule our meeting. So maybe it just take a little more patience.
Okay, thank you. Director Farmer, thank
Yeah,
you.
If Michael just could stay at the microphone for a moment. And thank you, President Dean. So in addition to needing a place to have your meetings, because you don't have one right now, and you've looked like everywhere in your community and nothing is working out. And now you're also telling us that you just have a minimum quorum of 3 board members.
That's correct.
And you don't have a general manager. I guess we could call this crisis with 2 exclamation points. So I think the least we can do is be as accommodating as possible. But as President Dean pointed out, you need to be receptive to us when we're endeavoring to communicate with you.
Okay, yes. I'm not sure. I'll make sure that Karina knows when she's, and I think she will be back on the 23rd because that's our board meeting. It was rescheduled to that date. Yes, I just want to express our thanks to Cambria in this time of crisis.
I'm glad we were able to help you.
Thank you.
And I think the entire board feels that way.
Oh, definitely.
Madam President.
Yes.
I did get confirmation as far as the setup and tear down. So Mr. Mendoza did confirm that they have a keyless code, so they are able to lock up, and they do all the setup and all the breakdown, which does not have any contribution from our staff.
Okay, great. Thank you.
That's my understanding as well.
Okay, that's the only reason I asked is because I saw Mr. Mendoza here the last time, so I wasn't sure what the situation was. Okay, thank you, Mr. Donahue. Vice President Gray.
thank you.
We're probably going to have to extend
Maybe, I
again.
don't want to take too long with this. I just had a simple question about the scheduling. I understand that the San Simeon CSD meets at 6 o'clock?
5:30.
5:30, okay.
Sometimes 5:30 on the regular meetings that are the second Tuesday of the month. It's at 5 o'clock we frequently have to have irregular meetings, and those are at 5:30.
Yeah. My only concern, and I guess maybe Mr. McElhaney or Ms. Fritz can clear this up. That's not a time that would have any conflict with anything else going on at the Vets Hall. It just seems to be a time when it's not used that much, but we don't need it. And, you know, I look at this and say, well, if another community group wanted to do this, we'd probably let them do it. We'd probably say, yes, go ahead. As long as it doesn't conflict with our schedule. I mean, what is, you know, is that a time when it's used, Vets Hall is used very much?
Not to my knowledge, but what I can do to close this communication loop is connect with Mr. Mendoza, who obviously manages a lot of the scheduling of the Vets Hall. I know at the last, no, correction.
Yeah, we manage, Miriam manages the scheduling in the admin office. So, yeah, and it doesn't usually conflict because it's Tuesday evenings.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the schedule itself and I don't see anything going past 5 o'clock.
Well, one thing that I can say is sometimes we go too long and we just have to break off and schedule a new meeting. Sometimes those meetings are on Tuesdays. Once in a while, they're on Thursdays. Those are the only 2 days.
Ms. Fritz?
And some requests have come in for additional meetings, probably for those very reasons, and we have had to deny them based upon us having already scheduled meetings in here for some
Right.
of our other committees. So obviously, if there is a board need, a Cambria board need, we say no to those requests.
It might be helpful if the board had Mr. Mendoza's contact information, kind of, it'd be nice if we could, while we're together as a board, you know, say, well, Tuesday, the 13th, would that work? And then somebody be able to contact him and then just move along.
So let's, I'll take that lead role and I'll communicate with what it looks like Miriam now is the one that's going to be doing that scheduling.
Okay.
So we can communicate. I have your email
Thank you.
and we
Thank
can work on that piece when we get board approval.
Okay.
Thank you.
We need to extend, I think, to 5:15. Think we can handle it?
We still have closed session too.
I know. Well,
So
5:30? 5:30?
5:30?
Yeah.
Is that okay? Everybody?
Yeah.
Anybody object?
Mhm.
Okay.
Um,
We also had a slip from Mr. Kruzik, but I think he left. Was there any more public comment on this specific item?
Yeah, you have 2 slips, one from Joanne Freemeyer, and the second person is Laura Swartz.
But those are for agenda item 7D for Mission Country Disposal, and we already addressed those agenda items.
Yeah.
Joanne, did you want to speak on the San Simeon item?
Okay, we've already, both of these say 7D, and 7D was for Mission Country Disposal.
Yeah,
that
maybe
we-
I'm all messed up because the agenda items were all
Well,
mixed
we did
around.
7D at the beginning of regular business because Mr. Clarence was here. So we already completed those agenda items.
Then no public comment.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion.
Oh, wait a minute.
Up.
Oh, that's Mr. Kruzik, and he's
Yeah.
gone.
Yeah.
So she does want to speak on this item. Laura Swartz would
didn't
like to
see it. I'm
speak on
sorry.
7E.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. This is on the San Simeon item. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't see your hand because it was kind of hidden behind a person.
Turn on the mic.
There, okay, very briefly. Okay, the thing is, I think it's wonderful that we help neighbors, help neighbors, you know, all the time and everything. And we're doing some substantial things and it's a good spirit. I guess my question out of respect is what are the terrible problems that they're having up there? That's a rhetorical question. What's going on up there? Is it going to spread to here or who or what is going on up there? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Donahue?
We've been meeting at the Cavalier Conference Room for 25 years, 30 years. And there's been kind of a falling out with the changing board with management at Cavalier. And that's pretty much the short story. And Cavalier management is in charge, well, has a pretty strong network with other motels. And so they have kind of poisoned the environment, I guess you might say. It's just made it a little more difficult to get consent, to use a building. So that's been one problem. And the other problem is the buildings are not ADA compliant or don't have the space. So we're working the best we can. Yeah, that's where we are.
Okay, thank you. Vice President Gray, were you ready to make a motion?
Yeah, I was ready to move that we approve, I guess you'd say approve, the proposed agreement for use of the Veterans Memorial Building with the San Simeon Community Services District. I don't know how much further I have to identify it. It's the one that's dated 20th of April.
Okay, so this is for,
It's going through the end of the year.
yeah, to the end of the year. Okay. Does anybody want to second that motion?
I'll second it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Farmer. Okay. We've had a motion and a second. Ms. Dotson.
Vice President Gray.
Aye.
Director Farmer.
Aye.
Director Thomas.
Aye.
Director Scott.
Aye.
President Dean.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, so we're moving on to the committee reports, and all of these reports are in writing. I'm sorry? Even if we hadn't changed the order, we would have been done with it by now. I'm sorry. Do we want to go ahead and take public comment? We can't do anything about it because we already passed the resolution.
Okay.
But if she's here and she wants to speak, go ahead. Yeah, I'm okay.
I think we'd all like to hear what she has to say.
Yes, go ahead. Okay, I discussed this with Mr. Carmel, so if Mr. Carmel would like to answer this question.
She didn't have her mic on, so I didn't hear the question. If you could turn your mic on and repeat the question.
Okay, the question was, what's being done for the rest of us, other than the low income folks, to try to reduce the monthly fee, which, was greatly increased recently. So I know there were several suggestions made, and I'm just wondering if any of those things were discussed and decided.
Okay, Mr. Carmel.
Other than the program that was approved today, I'm not aware of any. I know there are initiatives to look at reducing the number of garbage pickups per month from 4 to 2. I don't know how far along that's come, but I think that's one avenue that the district's looking at to try to reduce the impact on customers.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Glad you're considering it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
If I can, I'm sorry, President Dean,
Yes,
can I make a brief comment?
yes.
In response? One of the things that Mr. Claren brought up is the fact that with regard to reducing costs by cutting down on the number of pickups, that due to health issues, trash needs to be picked up every week. Okay, now they may be able to accommodate just doing twice a month for recycling and green waste, but trash needs to be picked up every week.
So by reducing the number of pickups for like recycling, would that save them any money and that would get passed on to the customers?
I think our fee is for the trash pickup itself, and
Exactly.
and the recycling and the green waste, they just do it.
So there's no way to get savings because the garbage has to be picked up every week, huh?
Can I ask you what size bin you use?
Excuse me?
The bin, your waste bin.
It's the smallest one. And I barely have enough to go in that as it is.
And can I chime in, Madam President?
Yes, you can.
I have had meetings with some of the waste management folks. And so we're engaging in dialogue as this applies, and there's some misconceptions about cost savings, smaller can versus larger can. And it's really about staffing. It's about the fuel, it's about the trucks, and it's about the employees and the cost of overhead. And actually the trash can size and things like that doesn't matter. As far as the pickups has to happen every week, I can definitely engage in further discussions, Director Farmer. As we talk about that, I did have some conversations with Mr. Crone in regards to how we can move forward with maybe some every other week pickups. I hadn't heard that it has to be done every week, but there were some discussions about if everyone went to larger cans, despite the perception and the optics of the smaller can actually costing less money. He did make it very clear that those costs will get passed along to the consumer regardless of size of can because of the overhead to provide the service and to drive out to Cambria. So I will continue those discussions and the dialogue and see what options we have. But some of the thought is, regardless if we went to a larger can, that the less trips, that there can be some cost savings there, more discussion to come. But if you like, you can email me and I'll continue to keep you updated on some of our conversations and I'll keep you up to date.
Yeah, because I wouldn't even need a larger can if it was every other week. I just don't have that much garbage.
Right. And it's actually, even if you don't have that much garbage, it may be the larger can for everybody.
Well, however they work that out.
But let's stay in communication and I'll keep you up.
But I still am wondering, since don't they use a separate truck for recycling? So if they only did that every other week, wouldn't that save them money?
There's definitely potential. And what I'll do is I'll continue to engage in those conversations and get some more information for you and I'll get back to you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Clarence told me that we had commercial customers mixed in with residential customers, and the recycle needs to be picked up weekly from them. And so therefore they would still have to bring those trucks in every week. And it is in our municipal code that the trash pickup has to be every week. Okay.
Understood.
Okay, moving on to board member committee and liaison reports. Does anybody have any questions or comments on the finance committee's report that is printed and in the agenda packet? No? Okay, does anybody have any comments or questions on the policy committee report that's printed in the agenda packet? Okay, I would like to remind the policy committee that policy number 1040.2 had been referred back to them on November 18th, 2021 to resolve two conflicting statements, and I believe it kind of fell by the wayside. And that is something we did already direct back to the policy committee. So 1040.2, it is response to the communication to the board.
Can I speak to that?
Yeah,
'Cause
it's not the same as 1040. This is a different one.
Oh,
This is 1040.2.
okay. Because we did forward a rewriting of that policy.
Okay.
And so anyway, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I was on the policy committee at the time. That's why I'm saying that.
Okay, yeah, it was sent by the policy committee on September of 2021 to the board. The
Right.
board found two conflicting statements,
Okay.
sent it back to the policy committee, and it never came back to the board.
Oh, great. So maybe it'll be working.
Okay, so Director Farmer, if you don't mind.
I've made a note to address that. Thank you.
Thank you. On the resources.
Yeah, that's the least of problems that the policy committee has.
Yeah,
right
I
now.
know.
Thank you.
Dramatic. Okay, so, and you, by the way, Director Farmer, you do such a fantastic job of your reports. It's almost like you were sitting there at the meeting.
So, yeah, it's fun doing that. It's just, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, President Dean.
Okay, does anybody have any questions on the Resources and Infrastructure Committee report that's written in the agenda packet? Haley, you trying to put your hand up?
Yeah, if no one has any comments, I do have a written comment to read
For which committee?
for the Resources and Infrastructure Committee report.
Okay, and this is on the report that's in the agenda packet.
Correct.
Okay.
This is from Christine Heinrichs. Please explain what the ad hoc committee on brine waste disposal is looking at on the ocean outfall on the flag lot off of Lone Palm Drive. Is the district looking to dispose of the brine waste, the EWS, SWF, WRF through this outdated ocean outfall? All indications are that the pipe is long since rusted out and the disposal into the National Marine Sanctuary is unlikely to get Coastal Commission approval. Please explain. Thank you.
Thank you. We will bring that up at our next R&I meeting, but I believe that committee just wanted to see what was out there. Okay, thank you. Okay, I wanted to say that we did cancel the R&I meeting that we had scheduled for this past Monday, and we are going to have a special meeting on May 24th to discuss the RFP for the San Simeon water main and effluent line. Okay, other liaison reports and ad hoc committee reports. Does anybody have any comments or questions on any of the liaison reports? No? Okay, do we have any public comment on any of the liaison reports?
No.
No? Okay. What's the matter? Okay. Why? I already gave you my comment about how fantastic a job you wrote all of your reports, and you should become a novelist when you leave the board.
Thank you. I'm leaving tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, I don't think we have to take a vote on this particular item. So future agenda items, I just wanted to add a future agenda item for the policy committee to do a needs assessment for code of conduct of behavioral norms. I was told by the general manager I needed to make that a board agenda item. Okay, and then I wanted to let everyone know that the WRF project description modification is tentatively scheduled to be on the agenda for June 15th. And that the report from the ad hoc committee on the strategic plan tracking is on the agenda for June 8th. Does anybody else have any future agenda items? Director Farmer.
This is a bit down the road. It doesn't necessarily have to be addressed in the next month or so, but just following up on the hazardous mitigation plan, so to speak, that the board at some point in the near future consider finding funding or at least seeking out the hiring of a forest ecologist in conjunction with let's say the Friends of the Fiscal and Ranch Preserve and the Cambria Forest Committee and Green Space. See if we can all kind of do this in collaboration, so to speak.
Okay, I've got that down. Anyone else have a future agenda item? No? Okay. Ms. Schwartz, I had a slip for you for 7D as well, and we did already discuss that agenda item. Did you wish to speak on that? Okay. Just didn't want to make you think I was ignoring you. Okay, if that is it, we need to have Mr. Carmel introduce the closed session item.
Thank you, Madam President. Item 10, the board will now adjourn to closed session for a conference with its real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54-956.8. The property is 2284 Center Street. That's the Pocket Park. Agency negotiators are General Manager Matthew McElhaney and District Counsel Timothy Carmel. Negotiating party is the Cambria Historical Society. Under negotiation are price and terms of payment. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
We do not.
Okay, anybody in the audience wish to speak on this agenda item? I think there's 4 of you left. No? Okay. I call this meeting adjourned and we will go back. We will adjourn for a closed session. Re-adjourn. Yes. If we can go ahead and take a 5-minute break before beginning closed session.